You say your name right now.
Denise. D-Nice.
That's better. Thank you.
Okay. I've noticed that Antonio Brown has found yet another sucker to take him on. God knows we've already done Pittsburgh's dirty laundry. I'm curious about one thing. Do you think that he'd be welcomed back as easily in the league if he were going back to Bill Belichick and the Patriots? In other words, you think that he'd be welcome back if he were going to make New England a better team, or if he's going back to Tom Brady?
Armchair.
We are the Armchair Quarterback Show, your first choice for sports talk live from the First Coast.
What do we do? This just got way too complicated.
I've got it. Here's what's going down. Corey, you talk to your team. You guys are going to decline that holding call.
Done.
Yo, wait, but
Hold on. Trey Sean, once we break this huddle, you're going to get out there, do some crazy celebration. I'm talking some humpies. Whatever you got to do, you do it.
Okay, I got you.
I'm going to call unsportsmanlike conduct on the celebration, giving the Whites better field position after the kickoff. Coach, I need you to talk to your team about letting them run that kickoff back.
Why would I do that?
Think about it. Defense, special teams, it's all one. You let them run that kickback, both your defenses get 6 points.
Nice.
Okay, everyone good here?
Yeah.
Nope. Once again, my kicker is getting no love.
Oh, shut up, Bill. Your team is in first place. Plus, you're about to get extra point for the PAT.
Yeah, don't be greedy, Bill.
Stop being greedy, Bill. Bill.
Fine.
Bill. Yeah, Bill.
I said fine.
Bill.
Bill. Yeah, Bill. You, Bill.
All right, let's do this. Get out there.
Wait a minute. Trey Sean comes in with a very delayed celebration here. Oh, wow. I'm pretty sure that's going to be there it is. Another
Armchair.
I said it like 4 times. So why didn't you say it the first time? Because it's pronounced Aaron.
Son of a...
Armchair Quarterback Radio is AFC South Country, all NFL season long.
They hand it off for Nat. He's driving, and he's in for the touchdown. Drive starts at the 1 and looking for a little breathing room, and they get that in plenty more. Derrick Henry still going. Stays in bounds. He might go 99 yards to the touchdown. Unbelievable. 2nd and 10. 50 seconds. Walk down the field. And that is Hilton again. First and goal. Ebron. What a year for him. Eric Ebron. Touchdown. Goal. Slant. Caught. Touchdown. Marquise Lee. And he punched the ball into the stands. Deep. And he's got it. Keelan Cole. Touchdown, Jacksonville.
Stay locked in to the AFC South on Armchair Quarterback Radio.
I don't return fruit. Fruit's a gamble. I know that going in.
You're listening to CBS Sports Radio. We are all sports 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Strong opinions and your phone calls. Expect it here. CBS Sports Radio.
The Armchair Quarterbacks on YouTube Live. SEC, ACC, and Big Ten coverage like no other. Subscribe and like us today. Your first choice for sports talk live from the First Coast.
Hey, Jacksonville, winter is the perfect time to start planning for your healthy, pest-free spring lawn with True Green, America's #1 lawn care company. True Green's science-based approach and local expertise will help give your lawn the year-round care it needs to be thick and weed-free. Go to truegreen.com/radio to save 50% on your first service. Just call 866-946-5956 or go to truegreen.com/radio today and get a lawn to be proud of.
Get your Sunday football morning started off right with the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Your Sunday morning kickoff show where we tackle your NFL lines out in the desert, a 61.2% win rate over the last 6 years. Against the spread, over, under, money line, you name it. And we dive into the world of fantasy football year-long in your DFS payouts. Your only true Southern football kickoff show that talks the spreads in Vegas, your DFS and fantasy in your year-long quest to win that fantasy football championship. Only on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. It's the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Sundays, all NFL season long.
At Jewelers Mutual, we're a little obsessed with jewelry. Obsessed like auctioneers with talking fast.
50, we're going to sold.
Pop stars with auto-tune. And dentists with asking questions.
How did he propose?
After they've put their hands in your mouth.
Great.
Yes, we've made jewelry our obsession for over 100 years. We love it so much, we named our kids Ruby, Amber, and Opal.
Venti soy latte for Opal?
At Jewelers Mutual, we insure jewelry and only jewelry, which is why people who are also obsessed with jewelry trust us with theirs.
Saturday mornings, 8:30 Eastern. Dixie Football Nation is back and better than ever. We've got Tony Agolini, Matt Carr, Tones Ariola, Bobby and Angelo, along with Mac McGee this fall. Dixie Football Nation heads to the gridiron, talking ACC, SEC, the Big Ten, and all the big games throughout the college football land. That's Dixie Football Nation, 8:30 Eastern, 7:30 Central, Saturday mornings on the Armchair Quarterback Show's YouTube channel, going live. Or catch the instant replay.
Take the road less traveled in the newly redesigned Hyundai Santa Fe. With available H-Track all-wheel drive to help you get off the beaten path a little further together. And intuitive safety features that can help you see what's waiting around the bend. Plus, with generous room for 5 and comfortable available Napa leather seating, you can go for more drives as a family without driving each other crazy. Find new adventures together in the Hyundai Santa Fe.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
Me out to the ball game. Get caught up with the big stories from around the world in sports in just a few minutes. Take Me Out to the Ball Game today, weekdays. Armchair Quarterbacks on YouTube. Baseball, football, basketball, whatever's trending in the world of sports, it's on Take Me Out to the Ball Game today in just a few minutes. It drops weekdays, 9:30 a.m. Eastern, as Wake Up Y'all is ending. Take Me Out to the Ball Game today on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. Take me out to the ball game. The Armchair Quarterbacks on YouTube Live, covering the AFC South and NFC South along with the rest of the NFL. Subscribe and like us today. Your first choice for sports talk live from the First Coast.
CBS Sports Radio, your home for all things sports 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, coast to coast. Great sports talk expected here. CBS Sports Radio.
Get your Sunday football morning started off right with the Handicappers. Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Your Sunday morning kickoff show where we tackle your NFL lines out in the desert. A 61.2% win rate over the last 6 years. Against the spread, over, under, money line, you name it. We dive into the world of fantasy football year long in your DFS payouts. The only true Southern football kickoff show that talks the spreads in Vegas, your DFS and fantasy in your year-long quest to win that fantasy football championship. Only on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. It's the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Sundays, all NFL season long.
Tom has been a teacher for over 40 years. One day, I think one of the students had asked the question and he didn't remember the answer. And I also noticed that he was letting his class out earlier than they were supposed to let out. I was really starting to worry.
Levi and I talked about how it would change our lives, but he was there beside me.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Get your Sunday football morning started off right with the Handicappers. Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Your Sunday morning kickoff show where we tackle your NFL lines out in the desert. A 61.2% win rate over the last 6 years. against the spread, over, under, money line, you name it. We dive into the world of fantasy football year long and your DFS payouts. The only true Southern football kickoff show that talks the spreads in Vegas, your DFS and fantasy in your year-long quest to win that fantasy football championship. Only on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. It's the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern, Sundays, all NFL season long. Saturday mornings, 8:30 Eastern. Dixie Football Nation is back and better than ever. We've got Tony Agolini, Matt Carr, Tones Ariola, Bobby and Angelo, along with Mac McGee this fall. Dixie Football Nation heads to the gridiron, talking ACC, SEC, the Big Ten, and all the big games throughout the college football land. That's Dixie Football Nation, 8:30 Eastern, 7:30 Central, Saturday mornings on the Armchair Quarterback Show's YouTube channel, going live. Or catch the instant replay.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale Safe and Clean pledge, so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you are ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide-open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style in socially distanced dining rooms or al fresco on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
To protect his family from disaster, Steve used his camera phone. Done. By taking pictures of his important documents, Steve can always have them stored online. Learn more simple disaster prep tips at ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
You're talking about a bunch of unproven kids who were in the prom. You know, literally, they were in the prom like 6 months ago at their high school.
No,
That
they weren't
includes
because
grandmas.
They were on lockdown.
Exactly.
Okay, they were in a
He's probably
These are
from a Big Ten.
promless teenagers.
If he's
You
from a
got
Big
my-
Ten
you got
state,
my point. They were in a
if he's from a Big Ten state, he didn't have prom. I can guarantee you that.
they were at a virtual prom. Anyway, so yeah, it's tough for Wisconsin.
That's called
fans.
porn. That's called porn.
Stop it. They get a break this week because I
got
don't
a
think
mess to
Nebraska's-
clean up, guys.
Yeah.
Virtual
There's my
prom.
walk off for the day. Thanks, Mac. I gotta
Yeah,
dry
there's
my
my
keyboard
walk-off.
out now.
Armchair.
Remember, if for any reason you must leave your radio, please have the man at the door stamp your ear so you can listen again later.
Saturday mornings, 8:30 Eastern. Dixie Football Nation is back and better than ever. We've got Tony Agolini, Matt Carr, Tones Ariola, Bobby and Angelo, along with Mac McGee this fall. Dixie Football Nation heads to the gridiron, talking ACC, SEC, the Big Ten, and all the big games throughout the college football land. That's Dixie Football Nation, 8:30 Eastern, 7:30 Central, Saturday mornings on the Armchair Quarterback Show's YouTube channel, going live. Or catch the instant replay.
Screen pass to Trayshawn DeAndre on the right side. He dodges Crushman, makes his way to the end zone. Touchdown! But wait a second. I think there's a flag on the play.
All right, you guys got holding on number 97, right?
Yeah, definitely holding. No touchdown.
All right, make the call.
Yeah, I mean, it was holding.
So make the call.
Or, we say the flag was for an excessive celebration so they can keep the touchdown and apply the penalty to the kickoff, huh? What do you say?
What are you talking about? I didn't see excessive celebration.
You sure? Could have sworn I saw a little nay-nay going on.
What's going on with you, man?
All right, look, guys, I got to be real with you. Trayshawn DeAndre just scored that touchdown. Okay, I have him on my fantasy team this week. I need these points.
What? Are you kidding me?
No, I'm not kidding you, Bill. I'm playing against my father-in-law this week, and if he doesn't score this touchdown, I lose.
Well, I'm not gonna let you make a bad call because you're in some fantasy football league. Doesn't
Make the call.
Craig, no. If you make one bad
This
call,
works out perfectly, Bill. I started the quarterback who threw the touchdown pass. We're gonna have to ignore the holding call.
I have the kicker, and I was kind of hoping that he wouldn't convert on third down, so he'd have to kick the field goal.
Armchair.
Get your Sunday football morning started off right with the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Your Sunday morning kickoff show where we tackle your NFL lines out in the desert, a 61.2% win rate over the last 6 years. Against the spread, over, under, money line, you name it. And we dive into the world of fantasy football year long in your DFS payouts. The only true Southern football kickoff show that talks the spreads in Vegas, your DFS and fantasy in your year-long quest to win that fantasy football championship. Only on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. It's the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Sundays, all NFL season long. The Armchair Quarterbacks on YouTube Live, covering the AFC South and NFC South along with the rest of the NFL. Subscribe and like us today. Your first choice for sports talk live from the First Coast.
Tom has been a teacher for over 40 years. One day, I think one of the students had asked the question and he didn't remember the answer. And I also noticed that he was letting his class out earlier than they were supposed to let out. I was really starting to worry.
Levi and I talked about how it would change our lives, but he was there beside me.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
You come at the King, you best not miss.
I might audible. How audible? I'll use.
Omaha! Red Polly! Red Polly! Blue poncho! Blue poncho! Do it! Rambo! Rambo! Give me Kershaw here, Kershaw!
You're listening to the Armchair Quarterbacks.
Stop, Japan! Richmond, New York! Richmond, Florida! Sally, Buffalo! Check! Hey, Short Ox! Who the Raiders! Omaha! I'm out!
And then a lot of states ended up having gay marriage and common law marriage, which I think is very confusing because what happens if you just end up with like two loser dudes sharing the same crappy apartment for a couple years? It's been known to happen. Both working part-time at the pizza place, hanging out every weekend. A few years goes by, boom, they're married. See them at a party, they're newlyweds. I didn't know Tony and Jim were gay. They're married now? When did they fall in love? They didn't. They just never got full-time jobs. Take me out to the ball game.
Get caught up with the big stories from around the world in sports in just a few minutes. It's Take Me Out to the Ball Game today, weekdays. Armchair Quarterbacks on YouTube. Baseball, football, basketball, whatever's trending in the world of sports, it's on Take Me Out to the Ball Game today in just a few minutes. It drops weekdays. Take Me Out to the Ball Game today on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. Take me out to the ball game.
This portion of the show is being brought to you by The Best Things in Life, which are still free with minimum purchase at participating dealers.
Saturday mornings, 8:30 Eastern. Dixie Football Nation is back and better than ever. We've got Tony Agolini, Matt Carr, Tones Ariola, Bobby and Angelo, along with Mac McGee this fall. Dixie Football Nation heads to the gridiron, talking ACC, SEC, the Big Ten, and all the big games throughout the college football land. That's Dixie Football Nation, 8:30 Eastern, 7:30 Central, Saturday mornings on the Armchair Quarterback Show's YouTube channel, going live, or catch the instant replay. Get your Sunday football morning started off right with the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Your Sunday morning kickoff show where we tackle your NFL lines out in the desert, a 61.2% win rate over the last 6 years. Against the spread, over, under, money line, you name it. We dive into the world of fantasy football year-long in your DFS payouts. The only true Southern football kickoff show that talks the spreads in Vegas, your DFS and fantasy, in your year-long quest to win that fantasy football championship. Only on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. It's the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Sundays, all NFL season long.
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale's Safe and Clean pledge so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you're ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style in socially distanced dining rooms or al fresco on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
Saturday mornings, 8:30 Eastern. Dixie Football Nation is back and better than ever. We've got Tony Agolini, Matt Carr, Tones Areola, Bobby and Angelo, along with Mac McGee this fall. Dixie Football Nation heads to the gridiron, talking ACC, SEC, the Big Ten, and all the big games throughout the college football land. That's Dixie Football Nation, 8:30 Eastern, 7:30 Central, Saturday mornings on the Armchair Quarterback Show's YouTube channel, going live, or catch the instant replay.
Dread running to the post office? Stamps.com brings post office and UPS services right to your computer. Send letters, ship packages, and get up to 40% off USPS and up to 62% off UPS rates. Nearly 1 million small businesses use Stamps.com to save time and money. It's a no-brainer. So skip the post office and visit Stamps.com. Use promo code LISTEN for a 4-week trial plus free postage and a digital scale. That's Stamps.com, promo code LISTEN.
The snapper is Robert Shiver, a sophomore out of Thomasville, Georgia. The holder is Matthew Motley, a senior from Opelika. And Wes Byram, a freshman out of Fort Lauderdale, trying to put it through to give Auburn the win. Here's the snap, the place, the kick is up, the kick is long enough, the kick is good! Good! See you later, alligator! Tigers win, 20-17! I hope Lee Corso and Kirk Street never pick Auburn to have a chance again. The Tigers have come to the swamp, drained it, and made it their own. 20-17, Auburn a winner tonight over the third-ranked Florida Gators. Can you believe it?
Hi, this is Britney Spears.
What up, this Jay-Z.
This is Jennifer Lopez. Armchair.
Get your Sunday football morning started off right with the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Your Sunday morning kickoff show where we tackle your NFL lines out in the desert, a 61.2% win rate over the last 6 years. Against the spread, over, under, money line, you name it. And we dive into the world of fantasy football year-long in your DFS payouts. The only true Southern football kickoff show that talks the spreads in Vegas, your DFS and fantasy in your year-long quest to win that fantasy football championship. Only on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. It's the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Sundays, all NFL season long. Armchair Quarterback Radio, the gunslingers of sports talk.
And here's second-year quarterback Brett Favre out of Southern Mississippi by way of the Atlanta Falcons. They are hopeful he can succeed in the NFL. Here, Brett Favre, you want to challenge? Try this one. Best receiver out of the game from the 35, 1977. Is there a spark of life in Green Bay? Touchdown! Danny Marino!
Here's Marino, wide open field, goes for a touchdown. 7 of the season, breaks the all-time NFL record. Going deep and open.
Your
going to bring pressure again. Rodgers is going to roll away, throws it up in the air, says a prayer. Janet says, "Oh, stop it, oh, please."
There's something kind of about a kid that's never played baseball.
It's important to remember the value of taking time for ourselves to do the things that help us grow and explore, like learning something new. And now with the Great Courses Plus, it's never been easier to experience the joys of learning. The Great Courses Plus offers thousands of streaming videos that cover hundreds of fascinating topics, from World War II to choosing the perfect wine. You can even take a course on the U.S. government or dealing with stress and anxiety. And because the Great Courses Plus partners with world-class professors and experts, you're always receiving thoroughly vetted, high-quality content from every lecture. Plus, you can watch or listen anytime, anywhere with the Great Courses Plus app. So take a little time for you. Sign up for the Great Courses Plus today for a free month of unlimited access. Visit thegreatcoursesplus.com/radio to get started. That's thegreatcoursesplus.com/radio.
Dread running to the post office? Stamps.com brings post office and UPS services right to your computer. Send letters, ship packages, and get up to 40% off USPS and up to 62% off UPS rates. Nearly 1 million small businesses use Stamps.com to save time and money. It's a no-brainer. So skip the post office and visit Stamps.com. Use promo code LISTEN for a 4-week trial plus free postage and a digital scale. That's Stamps.com, promo code LISTEN.
If baseball is about caring, about loyalty and rivalry,
There's a very peaceful thing. It was created and played in pastures and meadows. There's grass, there's outdoors, there's everything that people thought was American and feel about America. You get in a ballpark, and it's the wonder of walking through that dark tunnel and seeing a huge open space where men play the little boy's game.
Baerga is 0 for 3. Left center field. Grissom on the run. The team of the 90s holds its world championship.
You're in Braves country.
Good evening, folks. You're listening live to Atlanta Braves baseball in Braves country. And the scene is set. Truist Park in Atlanta, Georgia. It's the Los Angeles Dodgers. Game 2 down 0-1 in the NLCS in a best-of-7 series versus the Atlanta Braves for the right to go to the World Series. So crack you open a cold one. Pull up an armchair. The 2021 NLCS is live right here on YouTube. Hello, folks. I'm Mac McGee, set to bring you Game 2 of the National League Championship Series. Ian Anderson will be on the hill for the Atlanta Braves, trying to take a 2-0 series lead over the Los Angeles Dodgers. And they will send Max Scherzer to the mound. Max Scherzer, a formidable foe indeed. 15-4 on the year, 2.46 ERA, a .86 whip, and almost 12 strikeouts per 9 innings, allowing 2 walks per 9 innings and 23 home runs allowed. Ian Anderson is 9-5 on the year, a 3.58 ERA, and a 1.23 whip, 8.7 strikeouts per 9, 3.7 walks per 9, and 16 home runs allowed in the 2021 season. The scene is set. If you missed it last night, the Atlanta Braves won game one in walk-off fashion as Austin Riley roped a double down the line to bring home Ozzie Albies, who had just stolen second base in the bottom of the ninth inning. Atlanta leads the series 1-0. This will be Ian Anderson's second appearance in the postseason. He pitched just 7 days ago. And the Dodgers are going to lead off with a much different looking lineup tonight, as it will be the right-hander on the mound for the Braves. We'll get into the Dodgers lineup here in 1 second. When the Braves come to bat at the bottom of the first, facing Max Scherzer, it'll be Eddie Rosario in left field tonight, batting left-handed and 259 on the year. Freddie Freeman in the 2-hole. He's hitting 300 from the left-hand side of the plate, 31 home runs, 83 RBIs, and an 896 OPS. Ozzie Albies will be batting third, 259 batting average on the year, 30 home runs, 106 is his RBIs, and he's hitting 286 in the playoffs. Austin Riley will be batting cleanup at hitting 303 for the year and 33 home runs. Jock Peterson's back out in right field, batting 238 from the left-hand side of the plate with 18 home runs and 61 RBIs. Batting 400 in this postseason with 2 home runs and 5 RBIs. Adam Duvall, 228 on the year, 235 in the postseason. He has 38 bombs on the year. Travis d'Arnaud is behind the plate and batting 7th from the right-hand side of the plate. He has 7 home runs on the years with 26 RBIs. And Dansby Swanson is batting 248, 27 home runs in 2021 with 88 RBIs. And Ian Anderson will be batting 9th. The Dodgers will send Mookie Betts to lead off again, batting 264 on the year with 23 home runs. He is hitting 393 in these National League playoffs. Corey Seager has moved up to the 2-hole, batting left-handed, hitting 306 on the year, but 214 in the playoffs. No home runs and 2 RBIs. Trey Turner batting third tonight, 323 on the year, but he's hitting 233 in this postseason. And Will Smith batting 258 on the season with 25 home runs, 76 RBIs. He's moved up to the cleanup spot and hitting 280 in these playoffs. Galvin Lux will be out in center field, batting from the left-hand side of the plate. 7 home runs, 46 RBIs, 333 batting average in these playoffs. And Chris Taylor is batting 6th, and he'll be playing third base. No Justin Turner. Justin Turner is out because of a stinger in his neck. He is available to pinch hit. And Dave Roberts, the manager, thinks he will be fine for game 3. Cody Bellinger is playing first base tonight, batting 7th, 165 on the year, but 333 in the playoffs with 3 stolen bases. And A.J. Pollock is batting 8th, batting 297 on the year, 21 home runs and 69 RBIs. It's 61 degrees in Atlanta, Georgia tonight. 10 miles an hour is the wind coming out of the northwest, and not expecting much of a chance of rain. Max Scherzer will be batting 9th. And the 2-time NL MVP, Dale Murphy, threw out the ceremonial first pitch tonight. And it was in fine fashion as Murphy came out there. He took off his jersey and had a Riley jersey on, which everyone loved. And he put on one of Jock Peterson's pearl necklaces he's been wearing. So everybody is fired up in Braves country. You got to love it. Baseball is a one-of-a-kind sport. If you're a Braves fan, welcome. If you're a Dodgers fan, well, welcome as well. But we will be pulling for the Atlanta Braves tonight. And like I said, Justin Turner will not play tonight, will not start tonight. He's got a little bit of a twinge in his neck. They're calling it a stinger. Like I said, they do believe he's going to be okay. He's just not available to start tonight. I would imagine that he would be one of the first guys off the Dodgers bench in a pinch hit role. The Braves are going to have to be ready to take advantage of any opportunity to score against Max Scherzer. We know how Scherzer, his entire career, the Braves have dealt with him for the most part as he was in Washington for years. And so there's a lot of familiarity going on with Scherzer. Conversely, Ian Anderson has only been seen a few times by most of these Dodgers hitters. Mookie's 0 for 1 lifetime. Trey Turner's 0 for 3. Will Smith 0 for 2. Lux 1 for 2. Taylor 0 for 1. Bellinger 0 for 2. Pollock 0 for 2. Now, a lot of that has to do with the fact that Ian Anderson's so young and early into his career. And remember, last year, the Braves did not play anyone on the West Coast until they faced the Dodgers in the playoffs. And so you're going to run into this type of situation with the young pitchers going up against veteran hitters in these baseball playoffs, because last year, because of the pandemic, you only had the East playing the East, Central, West, et cetera, et cetera. So we are almost ready for Braves baseball. Appreciate you tuning in tonight. Behind the plate, Jordan Baker is in his first championship series, and he is behind the plate. James Hoy is your first base umpire. Carlson at second. Barksdale at third. Titchener at left down the left field line, and Trip Gibson, last night's home plate umpire, he is down the right field line. We are just about set here for Braves baseball. 61 degrees, a little bit of wind. Most of the patrons are starting to pour into the park. If they're not in their seats, they're in the beer line, and we're ready for Ian Anderson to take the hill. Riley Swanson, Ozzie, and Freddie across the diamond, and in the outfield and left, it's Eddie Rosario. Center field, Adam Duvall, and right field will be manned by Jock Peterson. Jorge Soler still not available from the COVID-19 list. The hope is that he can be back sometime this week, maybe even as early as Tuesday. But a lot of protocols have to be passed. Here's the first pitch from Ian Anderson, and he misses inside with the fastball. It's 1-0. We're underway here in Atlanta, Georgia. Braves nothing, Dodgers nothing. The Braves are playing in a left-handed shift, and it is ripped down the line, but foul by Mookie Betts. He took that heater inside and turned on it, but could not keep it straight. Looked like it was the four-seam fastball, 94 miles an hour, and we get set again at 1-1. Here's a sinker, and it drops out of the zone changeup, and it's 1-2 as Mookie Betts swings over and misses it. 1-2 count to Mookie Betts from Ian Anderson, and here's the delivery. Fastball high and underneath the chin, above the hands. Mookie lays off of it, and it's 2-2. Braves lead the series 1-0 in a best of 7. A long way to go, but a huge win last night for Atlanta. Here's the 2-2 pitch from Ian Anderson, and it is taken up high, popped up into the sky, and dropped just over the shortstop's head. Dansby Swanson dove for it, missed it, rolled around. He's shaking his wrist. He does look like he's okay, but it was kind of a goofy off the hands play, and Mookie Betts was able to just fist it over the shortstop area's head just in front of Rosario, It would have been it would have been an all-timer catch from Dansby Swanson as he blindly just swung his glove over his shoulder. And the Dodgers have a runner on first base with nobody out to start game number 2. Here comes the first pitch from Ian Anderson, and it's popped up high and deep into over the wall. It's 2-0. Corey Seager rips a 2-run bomb, and the LA Dodgers, just like that, are out in front of the Braves 2-0. Ian Anderson hung what looked like to be a slider about chest high, and it was just one of those pitches that Ian would love to have back, and Seager did not miss that. It first looked like that he was giving it a ride and it was going to get to the right field wall, but I think that wind carried it out. And so here's the first pitch to Trey Turner, fastball on the inside part of the plate, and it's 0-1. He got just enough air underneath it, and the wind did the rest. Here's the 0-1 pitch, missed high and outside the zone. It's 1-1. Corey Seager, a dangerous bat indeed, makes it 2-0 Los Angeles. 1-1 pitch, and it's swung on and missed inside, and it's 1-2. Ian Anderson, not known for giving up the home run ball, normally keeps the ball down. Seager took advantage of it. The Braves are playing a shift. Here comes the pitch, and it is a changeup in the dirt, and it's 2-2. LA 2, Atlanta 0. We're just getting started here in the top of the first inning. Game 2, Braves lead the series 1-0, and fastball swung on and missed up around the letters inside, strike 3, and that's out number 1 of the game. Ian Anderson going upstairs to get Trey Turner to chase. And there's one away with Will Smith coming to the plate. Will Smith, the very dangerous bat himself, as a catcher, one of the better hitting catchers in all of baseball. Here's the first offering to Smith, and it is outside the zone. It's 1-0. We will keep you abreast in the football that's going on around the league and get you caught up on what happened today. Here's the 1-0 pitch, and it is a slider in the dirt, and it's 2-0. LA leads 2-0. Riley Swanson and Albies all left of the second base bag, with Freddie Freeman playing off first. Here's the 2-0 pitch, and it's a fastball on the outside part of the plate. And Travis d'Arnaud pauses because, just like everyone else watching it, expected that to be called a strike. It's not, and it's 3-0. 3-0 pitch from Ian Anderson, and it's high for ball 4. The other 3 pitches were definitely balls, but that third pitch looked like it caught the outside part of the plate. If that's the strike zone they'll both be dealing with all night, we're looking at a high-scoring ball game. So you've got Will Smith on first, one away, and the left-handed Galvin Lux steps to the plate. Here's the first offering to Lux, and it is a fastball inside. It's 1-0. Gavin Lux, 3 for 9 this postseason. No home runs and no RBIs so far in 6 games played. Here's the 1-0 pitch from Ian Anderson, and the delivery set to Travis d'Arnaud, and it is grounded to Freddie. Freddie steps on the first base pillow, fires it down to second, but is unable to get the lead runner. So we're going to have a runner on, are they calling that foul? Looked like Freddie stepped on the first base bag, and it looks like they are calling it foul. So we will do it again with runner on first. Gavin Lux will get back into the bag. The ball looked like it had gotten to Freddie, possibly in fair territory, but it was kind of a situation where the first base umpire, what his view was may have been much different than the camera angle. And here's the 1-1 pitch on the outside part of the plate, and it's 2-1. Braves trail early here, 2-0, as a 2-run home run, if you're just joining us, by Corey Seager after a Texas blooper single by Mookie Betts. Here's the 2-1 pitch, and it's a fastball high and outside the zone. It's 3-1. Ian Anderson already at 19 pitches this inning. Needs to get out of this mess. Here's the 3-1 pitch with Chris Taylor looming on deck. Here's the delivery, and it is grounded to Ozzie. Ozzie's got it. He flips it to Dansby at short, and Dansby has the force out at second base. And there's 2 away. Dansby does not try to fire it down to Lux, as Lux has great wheels. A center fielder also came up in the LA Dodger organization as a second baseman. But Dansby knew he had no shot and wanted to make sure that he got the lead runner. He did. And Chris Taylor will come to the plate with 1 on, 2 away, and Lux standing at first base. LA leads 2-0. And here's the first pitch to Chris Taylor, and it's a fastball high at the letters outside the zone, and it's 1-0. Dodgers 2, Atlanta 0. Top of the first inning, Chris Taylor hitting .263 in that memorable home run in the National League wild card game against the St. Louis Cardinals to walk it off. He was the hero for Los Angeles. Taylor digs into the plate, gets ready for the pitch from Ian Anderson. And here's the 1-0 delivery, and it's a fastball high and outside the zone. And Lux is on his horse. He's headed to second. He's going to get underneath the tag, and the Dodgers have a runner on second, 2 away, and the count is 2-0. So that's the bad news. The good news is the ball was not thrown into the outfield, as he had that stolen easily. It was a great tag applied by Ozzie Albies, but you do get worried sometimes when someone has it beat by that much. There could be a bad throw. It was a great throw by Travis d'Arnaud. Chris Taylor's on. 1-0 is the count, and it is missed high for 3-0. Got a 3-0 pitch. Cody Bellinger stands on deck with Pollock in the hole. So no let up here as the Dodgers lead 2-0 and still several batters away from the pitcher spot. So here's a 3-0 pitch, and it fired, and Taylor is swinging, but he fouls it back, and it's 3-1. Would have thought he was taking there, and he tried to ambush him. And LA leads 2-0. A 3-1 count on Chris Taylor as he digs in, and he's set for they get the new ball in. Here's the windup and the delivery, and it is a fastball roasted down the left field line. It'll go foul, and it'll be 3-2. Ian Anderson not having great control right now to start the game. He has an ERA this year of 6.38 in the first inning and just over 2 in the innings that follow. So if he can get out of this inning with a little less damage, the Braves might have an opportunity here. Here's the 3-2 pitch from Ian Anderson. Taking a very long and deliberate time is Anderson. Here's the windup and the pitch, and it's a fastball way outside the zone, and it's a 2-out walk to put runners on first and second, 2 away, and the dangerous bat of Cody Bellinger coming to the plate. Atlanta pitching coach Rick Kranitz is heading out to the mound. While he does that, we'll get you caught up here on the National Football League scoreboard. So there were a lot of games today. Wasn't the best day of action, but here's your scoreboard. The New England Patriots just lost in overtime to the Dallas Cowboys in a walk-off touchdown by the Cowboys. Cowboys win the game in New England, in Foxborough, 34-28. The Chargers got blown out in Baltimore, 34-6. Vikings, 34-20 over the Panthers. Chiefs, 31-13 over Washington. Rams crushed the Giants. The Bengals blow out the Lions. Packers, 24-14 winners in Chicago. I think I said 34-28. Dallas won 35-29. Raiders, Broncos, 34-24. Raiders are your winners. The Cardinals, 37-14 winners over the Browns, and the Jaguars get their first win with Urban Meyer in London. All right, so the mound visit is done, and Ian Anderson goes to step onto the rubber. Now he steps off again. Doesn't seem like he's very comfortable, buying time, trying to find a way to get out of this mess. Cody Bellinger's batting .333 in this postseason. 165 in the regular season, but we all know how talented he is. Here's the first pitch, and it's a fastball on the outside part, a little high, but it is going to be called for a strike. It's 0-1. It was right on that 50-50 line. Bellinger doesn't like it. Adjusts his gloves, kind of shaking his head, might be mumbling something to Blue, but it is 0-1. It's one of those pitches where if it's your guy, you hate the call. If it's your pitcher, you love the call. Here's the 0-1 pitch from Ian Anderson, and it is swung on and hit hard into center field, but right at Adam Duvall. And that'll be out number 3. The Braves get out of this thing. Your score, Dodgers 2, Atlanta nothing. Max Scherzer's heading to the mound, and the Braves are grabbing the bats.
Yeah.
Prognosis negative.
Smith corks one into right down the line. It may go. Go crazy, folks. Go crazy.
Ortiz in the deep right field.
Touch the ball, Joe. You'll never hit a bigger home run in your life. Little roller up along first. Behind the bag.
Armchair.
Room in right center. If he hits one there, we can dance in the streets. The 2-1. Swung line drive left field. 1 run is in. Here comes Breen. Here's the throw to the plate. Braves win.
Oh, wow. I'm pretty sure that's going to be there it is. Another flag on the play.
Multiple flags on the play. Holding. Offense number 97. That penalty was declined. Touchdown. After the play, unsportsmanlike conduct. Offense number 22. Penalty will be applied to the kickoff.
This has got to be one of the strangest calls.
That son of a... You playing against Dick this week? Yeah. Could be worse, man. When I played against him, he ejected all my players.
Armchair.
At its heart, lie mythic contradictions. A pastoral game born in crowded cities, an exhilarating democratic sport that tolerates cheating and has excluded as many as it has included. A profoundly conservative game that often manages to be years ahead of its time.
Welcome back here to Atlanta Braves baseball. The Atlanta Braves trail the Dodgers 2-0 off a 2-run home run that began the first inning here to lead off the game. Mookie Betts got on with the seeing eye single, and then Seager did the rest, launching it into the wind over the right field wall. Didn't look like it was hit particularly hard, so that might be an area that you can lift it, especially for left-handed hitters. We'll see if the Braves can take advantage of that, but it was a good piece of hitting by Seager, and it's 2-0. Ian Anderson struggled in that inning, got through the landmines, only gave up 2 runs, and Max Scherzer fires the first pitch, and it's a fastball high above the letters, and it's 1-0. Max Scherzer, since joining the Dodgers, has a 1.9 ERA and a 0.82 whip. Here's the 1-0 pitch, and it's a fastball inside, and it is quickly 2-0 to Eddie Rosario. Eddie Rosario hitting .259 on the year, .294 in these playoffs with 2 RBIs. Here's the 2-0 pitch to Eddie Rosario, and it is a fastball slider missed inside, and it's 3-0. Come on, Eddie. Let's get on those base paths. Would love to see Atlanta at least get one of these back here in the first inning. As with all the great pitchers like Scherzer, it's easier to get to him early than it is later. Here's a fastball at the letters, and it is 3-1 is the count. It is a fastball called strike. Rosario was taking all the way. LA 2, Atlanta nothing. Just beginning the bottom of the first inning. Here's the delivery from Max Scherzer, and it swung on and popped up harmlessly in the middle of the infield, and looks like Chris Taylor's going to take advantage of that and put it away for out number 1. Major league pop fly that Taylor was able to get under. They were playing the shift, and with Chris Taylor, who has played all over the infield, he's played in the outfield his entire career. You can kind of slide him wherever need be. So normally on their shift, they will put Taylor almost in a second base position. Here's Freddie Freeman taking the first pitch, 94 miles an hour, just misses inside, and it's 1-0. Freddie Freeman is a lifetime .234 hitter against Scherzer. He does have 3 home runs, 7 walks, and 12 strikeouts. Here's the 1-0 pitch, and it is swung on and fouled back 90 miles an hour, and it's 1-1. Standing on deck is Ozzie Albies. As you can imagine, most of the Braves batters have not had great success against Max Scherzer. He's one of the best to ever do it. Here's the 1-1 pitch from Scherzer, and he takes a little off there and swung on and missed on the outside part of the zone, and it's 1-2. Freddie digs in, gets set from the shot from Scherzer. Here's the delivery from Freddie, and it is a slider missed low and in the dirt. It's 2-2. Ozzie stands on deck. He'll be batting from the left-hand side of the plate with Austin Riley, last night's hero, is in the hole. Here's the 2-2 pitch to Freddie Freeman, and the delivery swung on. Looked like another slider that missed outside the zone, down and in. Freeman pulled it foul, so we'll do it again at 2-2. Freddie Freeman already with 4 strikeouts in this series, struck out 4 times last night. Un-Freddie-like. Here's the 2-2 pitch, and it is a fastball, swung on and popped up out of play, back up against the screen, and it's 2-2. Freddie not hitting his stride like normal. He's only hitting 235 in these postseason. He usually doesn't stay in these slumps for long. Here's the 2-2 pitch to Freddie, and it's swung on, and it's missed. Strikeout number 1 for Max Scherzer, and that's the 5th strikeout in a row by Freddie Freeman, who looks like he's a little lost at the plate right now. Just missed that slider inside. Nasty pitch. Had a tight spin, and there's 2 away in the Atlanta first. That'll bring Ozzie Albies to the plate. He's just 4 for 25 lifetime against Max Scherzer, but he does have a home run and 3 walks. Here's the first pitch to Ozzie, and he swings late, 90 miles an hour up around the letters, and it's 0-1. Ozzie hitting 286 this postseason in 5 games, has yet to go yard. Here's the 0-1 pitch to Ozzie, and it is inside 94 miles an hour, and it's ball 1. We're tied up at the 1-1 count with 2 away. The 15th pitch coming from Max Scherzer. Ozzie stands in from the left-hand side of the plate with his open stance. And here's the 1-1 pitch, and swung on, slider inside, swung on and missed. And it's 1-2. That's that same pitch that Freddie could not connect on for strike number 3. Looks like Scherzer is hitting the ground running after the first few wild balls to start the game. Max Scherzer looks like he's locked and loaded. Here's the 1-2 pitch to Ozzie, and he yanks it foul, and will do it again at 1-2. If nothing else, Atlanta would love to at least run the pitch count up here on Scherzer. See if we can get him out by the 5th or 6th inning. Give us a chance to get into that Dodger bullpen. Here's the 1-2 pitch from Max Scherzer, and it is swung on and kind of poked over to the left-hand side. It's a soft liner over to Seager at short, and that's out number 3. We'll head to the top of the 2nd inning. LA leads it 2-0.
You better get that checked out.
Better get that checked out?
I would.
What kind of a therapist are you? I'm telling you, I'm scared that something terrible is going to happen to me right away. You start looking for tumors?
I'm trying to help you.
I bet you're rooting for a tumor.
I think you better go.
No, I'm going, baby. I'm going.
It's important to remember the value of taking time for ourselves to do the things that help us grow and explore, like learning something new. And now with the Great Courses Plus, it's never been easier to experience the joys of learning. The Great Courses Plus offers thousands of streaming videos that cover hundreds of fascinating topics, from World War II to choosing the perfect wine. You can even take a course on the U.S. government or dealing with stress and anxiety. And because the Great Courses Plus partners with world-class professors and experts, you're always receiving thoroughly vetted, high-quality content from every lecture. Plus, you can watch or listen anytime, anywhere with the Great Courses Plus app. So take a little time for you. Sign up for the Great Courses Plus today for a free month of unlimited access. Visit thegreatcoursesplus.com/radio to get started. That's thegreatcoursesplus.com/radio.
I'm up. Biggest pick of the draft. 5th pick, 6th round. TJ Hoshimazode. Yes, lock it up.
Who? What?
TJ, how's the vanilla? All right. TJ, who's your mama?
Fantasy Rule 17. Know how to pronounce your draft picks.
You mean TJ Houshmandzadeh from the Bengals?
Put him on the board. Hoshimazode. Got it. Championship.
Fantasy football time. It's fantasy football time.
Welcome back here to Atlanta Braves baseball. The Braves trail 2-0. We're just getting going here as we head to the top of the 2nd inning. Ian Anderson will be facing AJ Pollock, Max Scherzer, and Mookie Betts to start the 2nd inning. Atlanta gave up 2 runs to start the game off with a 2-run home run, if you're just joining us. And let's go ahead and say happy birthdays to folks around the sports world. Danny Ferry, ex-Duke player, and of course was with the Atlanta Hawks organization, is 57 years old today. Ernie Els is 52. John Mabry, 51 years old. And old John Rocker is 47. Here's the first offering from Ian Anderson. It is a fastball inside, taken for a ball, and it's 1-0. AJ Pollock 222 in this postseason. Regular season, 297 and 21 bombs. Very dangerous hitter at the bottom of the order. And here's the 1-0 pitch, and it is swung on and hit foul. It's 1-1. One pitch from Ian Anderson as he slowly gets ready. And here's the windup from Ian, and it is a check swing fastball. Did he go around? They're going to check it, and home plate umpire checks down to first. First says no, and so it'll be 2-1. Looked like he might have went around, but one of those probably too close to give it to him. Here's the 2-1 pitch from Ian Anderson, and it is a fastball popped up high and into center field, but it will be playable as Adam Duvall gets underneath it for the first out of the inning, bringing Max Scherzer to the plate, who's batting 0 for the year. He does have an RBI. Max Scherzer, not one of your better hitting pitchers in Major League Baseball, but that's not what they pay him for. Here's the first pitch, fastball inside to Scherzer, and it's 0-1 from Ian Anderson. Oh, 1 pitch from Ian Anderson, and it is hit harmlessly back to the mound. Ian Anderson struggles it with it for a second, scoops it up, flips it over to Freddie. The ball bounces into Freddie's glove. Kind of a lackluster effort there by Anderson, but we do get the out, and it's 2 away. I don't know if he lost his balance or what. That could have been a really strange disaster, as Scherzer was not busting it down the line. He was kind of doing a half jog. Stepping up to the plate is Mookie Betts. He led off with the seeing eye single, scored a run in the first inning. And here's the first pitch to Mookie, and it is a curveball outside for ball 1. Mookie Betts, 23 home runs on the year, and the 1-0 pitch is a changeup missed inside for 2-0. When Ian Anderson's pitching his best, that changeup inside just drops out of the zone, appearing like a fastball, but it's not quite having that bite tonight. Here's a fastball on the outside part of the plate, and it is 2-1, called strike. Anderson trying to get out of this inning a little faster than he did the first inning. This will be his 38th pitch of the outing. Here's the 2-1 pitch to Mookie Betts, and it swung on, popped up high over to this shortstop side, but Ozzy's got it just left of the second base bag, and that'll be out number 3. We head to the bottom of the second. Austin Riley, Jocktober, and Adam Duvall are heading to the plate.
You just robbed a house. You have all this great stuff that now belongs to you, but you got this annoying pang of guilt nagging at you. Well, worry no more, because your friends at Cell Block Greeting Cards have the answer for you. Introducing our new line of petty crime thank you cards. Before you smash and grab one of our cards and leave it behind on your next heist. Choose from any of these fine heartfelt cards like
thank you for the plasma TV,
or
thanks for the PlayStation, alcohol, and penny jar,
and
don't use your toothbrush,
or limited time introducing
I'm still in the house,
and many more sentimental petty crime thank you cards. Available at any back alley, shadowy parking lot, or
armchair.
Saturday mornings, 8:30 Eastern. Dixie Football Nation is back and better than ever. We got Tony Agolini, Matt Carr, Tones Areola, Bobby and Angelo, along with Mac McGee this fall. Dixie Football Nation heads to the gridiron, talking ACC, SEC, the Big Ten, and all the big games throughout the college football land. That's Dixie Football Nation, 8:30 Eastern, 7:30 Central, Saturday mornings on the Armchair Quarterback Show's YouTube channel, going live, or catch the instant replay. Welcome back here to Atlanta Braves baseball. The Braves trail the Dodgers just 2-0, and they're going to grab the bats. 4, 5, and 6 are heading to the plate. Austin Riley, Jock Peterson, and Adam Duvall. Today is the 42nd anniversary of the Pittsburgh Pirates' win of Game 7 over the Baltimore Orioles. That was the We Are Family team. Very historic team that Pittsburgh franchise has kind of fallen off the wayside over the last several years. Used to be one of the great franchises in the history of Major League Baseball. That was 42 years ago today, along with the Baltimore Orioles. Here's the first pitch to lead off the inning, 94 miles an hour. Looked like it just missed outside, and it's 1-0. Austin Riley, 368 on the postseason. He's 1 for 7 lifetime against Scherzer. Here's the 1-0 pitch, and it's a slider just off the plate, swung on and missed, and it's 1-1. Jock Peterson stands on deck. Here's the 1-1 pitch from Riley. So you get Scherzer set up high, and it just misses 94 miles an hour, trying to get Riley to chase outside, it looks like. And it's 2-1. No one with a great batting average against Scherzer in this lineup, but that's kind of par for the course throughout Major League Baseball against Scherzer. Here's the 2-1 pitch, and it is ripped down the third base line, but foul. We'll do it again at 2-2. Austin Riley had the walk-off hit last night that sent Ozzie Albies around from second after Ozzie stole second base. Here's the 2-2 pitch to Riley, and it's a slider, swung on and missed just outside the zone. And it's another strikeout for Max Scherzer, number 2, and it's 1 away. Jock Peterson comes in, has 400 batting average here in this postseason with 2 home runs. Max Scherzer, just one of the best in the business to do it. Everybody knew when that trade was made for Scherzer and Turner out to LA, it was just the rich getting richer. Here comes the first pitch, and it is a slider miss for a ball. It's 1-0. The Dodgers are playing Peterson to pull. 3 defenders to the right of the second base bag. Here's the 1-0 pitch to Jock Peterson. Fastball 95 miles an hour inside, and it's called for a strike. It's 1-1. Peterson rocking the pearl necklace. He did look back at Blue and asked him something. It did look like a strike, though. Here's the 1-1 pitch from Scherzer. Swung on and missed just inside off the plate, and it's 1-2. Max Scherzer getting set to give the 26th delivery of the ball game. Pretty low pitch count to start the game. Here's the 1-2 pitch to Jock, and it is low outside the zone. It's 2-2. Looked like a changeup that just missed. Jock Peterson digs back into the box, sets up from the left-hand side of the plate in the open stance, gets set for the 2-2 pitch, and it is a 86-mile-an-hour changeup hit high and deep down the right field line. It's gonna bend foul, but that had plenty of distance. We'll do it again at 2-2. If he just keeps that a little straight, we would have had ourselves a run here. Got every bit of that, just got a little bit out in front of there. So it's a loud strike. Cleared the pole by several feet. Here's the 2-2 pitch, and it is check swing. He does not go. We'll have a full count. It was a changeup in the dirt, and it's 3-2 to Jock Peterson. Did not go. Of course, that didn't stop the umpires from calling it a strike the other night against the Giants, did it? Here's the 3-2 pitch. Jock Peterson calls time. Blue jumps out from behind the plate. Time is given. We'll set it up again at 3-2. On deck is Adam Duvall. Here's the 3-2 pitch, and it's swung on. Slider banged foul to the first base side, and we'll do it again at 3-2. Adam Duvall is on deck. Travis d'Arnaud is in the hole. Jock Peterson still rocking that Rizzo bat that he acquired from him in Chicago when they were Cubs teammates. Here's the 3-2 pitch to Jock, and it's swung on, popped up high to the left-hand side out of the foul, and it'll stay in play. And Taylor makes it's Seager makes the play, charges over there. He falls, loses his balance in foul territory, but holds on to the pop-up, and there's 2 away. Looked like the wind played some games there and threw Seager off balance. He just got that ball. Very athletic play by Seager. That's 2 away for Adam Duvall stepping in. Here's the first pitch to Adam Duvall from Scherzer, and he rips it over the third baseman's head. It's going to get down for a single, and we've got a runner on first. 2 away. Adam Duvall with something going here in the Braves second. Nice piece of hitting by Duvall, just kind of muscled it over the third baseman's head. Looked like it was a changeup that kind of caught too much of the plate. That's going to bring up Travis d'Arnaud. On deck is Dansby Swanson. A little bit of a top spin to get over the third baseman's head and drop in for a single for Duvall. Duvall is a threat to run when he wants to. Has good speed. Here's the first pitch from Scherzer. He fires a fastball 93 miles an hour down the heart of the plate, and it's 0-1. d'Arnaud 133 in this postseason. Batting 192 lifetime versus Scherzer, but he does have 2 home runs. Here's the 0-1 pitch, and it is low and outside the zone. It's 1-1. Dodgers 2. Atlanta nothing. Early on here in the bottom of the second inning. Travis d'Arnaud gets ready for the pitch, and it's a fastball at the knees. Looked a little low, but they are going to call it a strike, and it's 1-2. Crowd starting to give it to Blue already. I think that was one of those pitches where it's the pitcher's reputation that got that strike. It looked a little low. Will Smith did a great job of framing it, but d'Arnaud's as a catcher is even looking like, are you serious right now? So that'll give us a 1-2 count to d'Arnaud. Runner on first, 2 away. Atlanta Braves trying to cut into this Dodgers 2-0 lead in the bottom of the second inning. Here's the 1-2 delivery, and it is a slider in the dirt. It's ball 2. d'Arnaud can reach. Dansby Swanson would come to the plate. Dansby, if you're wondering, is 7 for 38 lifetime versus Max Scherzer, but he does have a home run as well. So a lot of these guys, and Max Scherzer is known to give up the long ball. Any of these hard throwers do tend to give up the long ball from time to time. Here's the 2-2 pitch from Scherzer, and it is a slider called high strike, but it is called for a strike. d'Arnaud doesn't like it. Neither does the crowd. We'll head to the top of the third inning. LA 2, Atlanta nothing.
To protect his family from disaster, Steve used his camera phone.
Done.
By taking pictures of his important documents, Steve can always have them stored online. Learn more simple disaster prep tips at ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
Knicks again with 36 seconds left. Ball at the left hash mark. 2 wideouts to the right, 1 to the left. Florida's got the big rush on Knicks. He floats 1 in the end zone. It is called touchdown Auburn. Sanders caught it. Touchdown Auburn. Touchdown Auburn. Frank Sanders from Knicks. Auburn's ahead. Auburn's ahead. Touchdown of 8 yards. Knicks to Sanders. Can you believe it? Can you believe it? Auburn has done it again. Ball game is over. I have seen it, but I do not believe it. Yes, the streak is alive. Auburn 36, Gators 33. Number 1 has fallen by the wayside.
It's not what he said, you ignorant wretch. Spanish is worse than your English.
Saturday mornings, 8:30 Eastern. Dixie Football Nation is back and better than ever. We've got Tony Agolini, Matt Carr, Tones Ariola, Bobby and Angelo, along with Mac McGee this fall. Dixie Football Nation heads to the gridiron, talking ACC, SEC, the Big Ten, and all the big games throughout the college football land. That's Dixie Football Nation, 8:30 Eastern, 7:30 Central, Saturday mornings on the Armchair Quarterback Show's YouTube channel, going live, or catch the instant replay. Welcome back here to Braves Country, Atlanta Braves baseball. The Atlanta Braves trail 2-0 as we begin the top of the third inning. The Los Angeles Dodgers will send Corey Seager, who's 1 for 1 with the 2-run home run, to the plate. Trey Turner and Will Smith. Ian Anderson back out on the mound for Atlanta, as he looks like he was settling in a little better in the second inning. 39 pitches so far, 20 for strikes now. Here's the first pitch to Seager, and it is a called high strike, and it's 0-1. Darno sets up on the outside, and it is a changeup, just missed, low and outside. It's 1-1. Anderson also looks like he might be working a little faster this inning. And here comes the 1-1 pitch, and it's a changeup, swung on and missed, and it's 1-2. This is more the rhythm you normally see out of Anderson when he's pitching well. You see him kind of scuffling around and buying time. Usually means he can't quite find the zone. So here comes the 1-2 pitch from Anderson as he gets set, and it is a fastball high and laid off by Seager. It's 2-2. Two-two pitch on the way to Corey Seager from Anderson, and it swung on and 94 miles an hour off the fist, popped up high and out of play, and we'll do it again at 2-2. Corey Seager hit that ball 401 feet. And like I said before, I'm pretty sure that the wind had something to do with that. Did not look like it was hit very hard. And here's the 2-2 pitch in the dirt, and it's now 3-2. 3-2 pitch to Seager. Already has a home run on the night. Here's the windup, payoff pitch, and it is low, not even close to the zone. And it's a leadoff walk to start off the Dodgers' third inning. On this date in 1989, so 32 years ago, was the famous earthquake game, Game 3 of the World Series between the Giants and A's at Candlestick Park. Very infamous game in baseball history. Al Michaels was on the call. Here's the first pitch to Trey Turner, and it is fastball swung on and fouled back. It's 0-1. Two nothing Dodgers. 0-1 is the count. And here's the delivery from Ian Anderson as he winds up, and fastball popped up out of play, and it's now 0-2. Dodgers trying to tie the series up. Braves lead the series 1-0. They would love to get a 2-0 lead, forcing LA to have to win the National League Championship Series in Atlanta. The next 3 games are in Los Angeles. Here's the 0-2 pitch from Ian Anderson, and it is rifled into left field. And on the run is Rosario, and he's on his horse. He's got it for out number 1. A great defensive play by Rosario. He caught it on the fly. And Seager runs back to first. If that ball gets down, it's probably a run. I think Rosario probably would have tried to throw it back into the infield to catch Seager, but his momentum was carrying, so it was going to take him forever to get the ball back into the infield. Great play by Rosario. And Ian Anderson showed the appreciation by pumping his fists in a thank you gesture to Rosario. And here's the 2-0 pitch the first pitch to, and it's roped into right field by Will Smith. First pitch of the at bat, and he just kind of laid in a change up there. Very similar to the pitch that was hit before that was caught by Rosario. The changeup seems to be hanging for Ian Anderson. That one was not hit quite as hard, so it could not get to the gap. We've got trouble here. Braves trailing 2-0. Runners on first and second, one away. And the left-handed bat of Gavin Lux. Gavin Lux is 1 for 2 in his career prior to this game against Ian Anderson. And here's the first pitch, popped up high. Will it stay in play? Riley gives chase, and he will get it. It's out number 2. Goes over towards the Dodger dugout, and the ball just did stay in play. And that's a big out number 2, 2 away for Chris Taylor. Wind might have pushed that one back as well. Both Darnold and Riley gave chase. Umpires were checking to make sure it didn't hit the screen, which it did not. And Lux is not a happy camper. He heads back to the dugout, the one pitch out. And here comes Chris Taylor looking to get into something, trying to extend this Dodger lead. Here's the first pitch, and here's a fastball popped high and foul down the first base line. That one will bend out of play. And already there is activity in the Braves bullpen. Jacob Webb is already getting active. Dodgers are off tomorrow. And in a playoff game, you're not just going to give up and let the guy take one. You're going to try to stay in this game. If he doesn't have it, you got to get him out of there. You wonder if here's the 0-1 pitch and it's wide and outside. It's 1-1. You wonder if Brian Snitker's already regretting not putting Charlie Morton on the hill tonight. It's a bit of a surprise. Charlie would have had normal rest after pitching on short rest. He would have had 4 days off in between Tuesday and Sunday, but they elected to give him a couple extra days rest after pitching on short rest. He'll pitch game number 3 in Los Angeles. Here's the 1-1 pitch, and there's a fastball high, missed outside the zone. It's 2-1. We will have that game here on Tuesday. On Tuesday, it'll be game number 3. Dodgers and Braves, and that game will be 5:08 Eastern time, an early first pitch, as there is a doubleheader of Major League Baseball that night. Here's the 2-1 pitch, and it is a nice changeup inside part of the plate, called for a strike, and it's 2-2. Nice delivery by Ian Anderson. If he can start making those pitches, he'll be hard to hit. And the Braves faithful are on their feet trying to will him to an out, root him on. Tuesday, by the way, will be Charlie Morton versus Walker Buehler. And Wednesday, the Dodgers will send Urias to the mound. The Braves have not announced the starter, but it will most likely be a bullpen game. Here's the 2-2 pitch from Anderson, and it's a changeup swung on. Wow! Nice changeup at the knees, swung on and missed. And take a seat, Taylor. The Braves head to the bottom of the 3rd inning. Dodgers lead 2-0. The Braves grab the bats.
We can't Ruby Dern your frazzle dazzle.
Armchair Quarterback Radio is AFC South Country, all NFL season long.
They hand it off for Nat. He's driving, and he's in for the touchdown. Wow.
Drive starts at the 1 and looking for a little breathing room, and they get that and plenty more. Derrick Henry still going. Stays in bounds. He might go. 99 yards for the touchdown. Unbelievable. 2nd and 10. Empty set. Walk downfield, and that is Hilton again. 1st and goal. Ebron, what a year for him. Eric Ebron, touchdown. Ball slant, caught, touchdown. Marquise Lee, and he punched the ball into the stands. Deep, and he's got it. Keelan Cole, touchdown Jacksonville.
Stay locked in to the AFC South on Armchair Quarterback Radio.
cars from all over America come to find a new home in Florida, just like you. I moved here after the draft, football. I noticed there was one thing missing from this great town, a celebrity-endorsed used car shop. That's why I founded BJ's Used Autos. Every one of these beauties is freshly painted. They look brand new. We have new models coming in every morning, usually around 2 a.m. We can get you anything. And if you see a car of your dreams, tell us. We can acquire it for you. I've taken the skills I've learned as a pro football player to the used car business. Smash, grab, and run like hell. I'm tackling low prices with hot cars.
The bat is made of turned ash, less than 42 inches long, not more than 2 3/4 inches in diameter.
Welcome back, Braves country. Atlanta Braves baseball. Braves are trailing the Dodgers 2-0. Still got a long way to go in this one. The Braves are grabbing the bats as Swanson, Ian Anderson, and Rosario are due up in the Atlanta third inning. Will be interesting to see if Snicker already jumps to the bullpen. Seems like it would be a bit of a overreaction. Anderson has pitched a little rocky, but the Braves don't have the deepest bullpen. So do you want to start that merry-go-round in the fourth inning? And if so, will they go to Webb? Will they take another route? Remember, we haven't seen Drew Smiley yet. It looks like Jesse Chavez is warming up. And normally when he warms up, they're trying to get 2 innings out of him. So that might be the case. Here comes the first pitch, and it's an 0-1 called strike on the outside part of the plate to Dansby Swanson. Swanson digs in, gets ready for the second offering, and well, that looked like a strike, but we'll take the ball, and it's 1-1. Looked like it just hit the inside part of the plate. And there is a pinch hitter on deck. Here's the 1-1 pitch and missed wide and outside the zone. It's 2-1. Believe that's Camargo that has grabbed a bat. Hasn't been officially announced yet. That it does appear what's going on. Here's the 2-1 pitch, and it is fastball swung on, hit back up against the screen over the Braves dugout, and we'll do it again at 2-2. Dodgers in a shift on the left-hand side of the infield, a right-hander's shift with Bellinger playing by his lonesome on the right-hand side of the bag of second. Here's the 2-2 pitch, and it is at the knees, fouled back. Slider pulled to the third base side. We'll do it again at 2-2. It's a nasty slider. May or may not have been in the zone, but way too close to take for sure. Here's the 2-2 pitch to Swanson, and it is a slider outside the zone, but he fouls it back. We'll do it again at 2-2. That ball was a little outside the zone that he chased, but once again, just a little too close to the plate to take nerves of steel to take that on a 2-2 pitch, especially with how inconsistent Blue's been this series. Here's the 2-2 pitch, and it swung on, popped up high and deep into center field. Lux has it for the easy out, and there's one away. Swanson gave it a pretty good ride, got it up there into that wind, but just didn't have enough carry. Lux makes the catch just before the warning track. Kansas City Chiefs beat the Washington football team today, 31-13. As the Chiefs trying to get back to, for some reason, the Dodgers pitching coach is coming out to the mound. I don't know if they're checking on him. or if they're just going over strategy, seems a little strange. But with the pitch hitter coming up in the form of Johan Camargo, they might be going over the scouting report. Scherzer may not be familiar with Camargo on the scouting report, so that may have been what it was. So we're set back to the action. Johan Camargo is going to dig in. He was 0 for 16 on the year. Here's the first pitch, 94 miles an hour inside, and it's 1-0. Camargo's been with the Braves organization for a few years now and has been known for pinch hitting heroics. Here's the 1-0 pitch, and it's a fastball swung on and fouled back. It's 1-1. There's no question the talent is there. It's always been the plate discipline that's gotten Camargo in trouble. At one point, just 2 seasons ago, there was a real conversation. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Fastball or slider outside, missing. It's 2-1. There was a real conversation in Braves country. Can you believe it now, on who should be the third baseman? And many people were in the Camargo camp over Riley. We laugh at it now, but there were quite a few folks out there. Here's the 2-1 pitch, and it is inside, but Camargo can't lay off, and he pulls it foul down the line. It's 2-2. It's laughable now, but heading into the 2020 season, right before the pandemic stopped play and the Braves were in spring training, there were a lot of folks out there clamoring for Johan Camargo to be the everyday third baseman. Here's the 2-2 pitch to Camargo, swung on and missed high and up outside the zone, and it's strike 3. Camargo takes a seat. That'll bring Eddie Rosario to the plate. Camargo has also been involved in talks in the past on possible trades. Did not get moved this trading deadline, but could in the offseason, as Riley is cemented in at third base now. Here's the first pitch to Rosario. It's outside the zone, but Blue calls it a strike. It's 0-1. Bad call by Blue there. That was definitely a ball. Inconsistent once again with the zone. And here's the 0-1 pitch, and it is outside. This one he'll call a ball, and it's 1-1. Braves nothing, Los Angeles 2. Here's the 1-1 pitch, and it is swung on, fouled to the right-hand side of the infield, dribbles towards the dugout, and it's 1-2. Max Scherzer is 51 pitches in to the night in the bottom of the third inning. The Braves can't keep this close. They may get him out of the game by the 6th inning or so. Here's the 1-2 pitch, and it is swung on and hit into the shift, and it looks like Eddie Rosario was safe and beat the tag, but Blue calls him out at first. We'll see if there's going to be a appeal. Walt Weiss is on the phone, and he's saying, let's go ahead and take a look at this. I have not seen the replay yet. Here comes the replay. It was a good defensive effort as Turner threw off his back foot, and just as Rosario's hitting the bag, it looks like his foot is coming down, and he is definitely safe. Beat it by, I'd say, just under a half step. So I do believe this is going to get overturned. I would be shocked if it doesn't. And Scherzer was pumping his fist, heading to the dugout. Everyone on the Braves side, of course, the Braves dugout sitting right there on the first base line. They could see it plain as day. Rosario continues to stand on first. Still a marvelous play by Turner, who went against his body, threw it over, and they are going to call him safe. So the call is overturned. So that'll put Rosario on first. And the tying run of Freddie Freeman comes to the mound. Good throw by Turner, but Rosario was busting it down the line. I think one of the best parts of this that kids out there, if you're learning how to run the bases, he not only did he hustle down the line, but he made sure to make every stride count. He hit the front of that bag with his stride. So you see some of these guys that'll be running fast, they'll be running hard, but the stride ends up where they hit the back of the bag, middle of the bag. Here's the first pitch to Freddie Freeman, swung on and missed, strike one. Freddie just missed that. Looked like it was a little bit of a cutter action. Freddie shaking his head, knowing that he just missed that. It was right in his kitchen. Here comes the 0-1 pitch to Freddie, and it is swung on and fouled back. It's 0-2. Los Angeles 2, Atlanta nothing. Bottom of the third inning. Scherzer digs in against the hard-hitting Freddie Freeman. Here comes the 0-2 pitch. Max Scherzer fires and delivers, and it is called strike at the knees. Strike three. Freddie just could not pull the trigger. Got caught with his bat on his shoulders, and that'll end the inning. The Atlanta Braves and the Los Angeles Dodgers head to the fourth. It's 2-0 LA.
Max, a woman in my section wants to know if we do anything gluten-free. What do I tell her? Tell her she's not allergic to gluten. She's just masking an eating disorder.
Get your Sunday football morning started off right with the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Your Sunday morning kickoff show where we tackle your NFL lines out in the desert, a 61.2% win rate over the last 6 years. Against the spread, over, under, money line, you name it. And we dive into the world of fantasy football year-long and your DFS payouts. Your only true Southern football kickoff show that talks the spreads in Vegas, your DFS and fantasy in your year-long quest to win that fantasy football championship. Only on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. It's the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Sundays, all NFL season long.
Tom has been a teacher for over 40 years. One day, I think one of the students had asked the question and he didn't remember the answer. And I also noticed that he was letting his class out earlier than they were supposed to let out. I was really starting to worry.
Levi and I talked about how it would change our lives, but he was there beside me.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
This helpful instructional message from the National Association of People Who Have Trouble Walking and Chewing Gum at the same time. Step, chew, step, chew, step, chew, step, chew.
Welcome back here to Atlanta Braves baseball. The Atlanta Braves trail Los Angeles 2-0. You're just joining us here in the Braves country telecast. Atlanta gave up a 2-run home run in the top of the first inning, and it has held up so far. Ian Anderson was the starting pitcher, kind of had a rough outing, difficultly navigated through those 3 innings. And it looks like they're going to pull Ian Anderson. He looks a little down in the dumps. They're going to save him for another day, and Jesse Chavez is going to take the mound. Jesse Chavez is a 2.14 ERA, 90 miles an hour. First pitch at the knees to Bellinger, and it's 0-1. Chavez, 2.14 ERA on the year with 33 innings pitched, 36 strikeouts. It's been a nice addition to the Braves bullpen. And here's a cutter hit high and deep into left field on the warning track. Rosario's underneath it. for a loud out, number one, to get the fourth inning going. Chavez, think to a man, I think if a lot of people were to vote on the most valuable piece of the Atlanta bullpen, he and Luke Jackson would get a lot of those votes if you talk about the entire season. Now, Matzik has been very lights out recently, and Will Smith has pitched much better in the last few weeks, but Chavez has been very consistent all year long. He's got those white glasses on, the high brims. And here comes the 2-0 pitch from Chavez, the first pitch to Chavez, excuse me, and it is bounced down the third base line. Austin Riley's got it. He fires it over to first and gets Pollock by a couple of steps. And just like that, we've got two away. A little bit of a Baltimore chopper without enough air underneath it. And Austin Riley, who's played a phenomenal third base over there, makes it look routine. That was not a routine play. He had to throw it a country mile to get Pollock, and that'll bring Max Scherzer to the plate. First pitch, called for a strike. It's 0-1. Max Scherzer takes the 0-1 pitch outside, and it's 1-1. Just 5 pitches into this outing for Chavez, and it's a fastball rifled back to the mound. Chavez has it, flips it over to first, and just like that, a 6-pitch inning, Chavez comes in and shuts down the Dodgers. And the Atlanta Braves, down by 2, they'll send Ozzie, Riley, and Jocktober to the plate. We'll be back in a flash.
Why is there a pancake in the silverware drawer?
Why is there silverware in the pancake drawer?
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale's Safe and Clean pledge so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you're ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style in socially distanced dining rooms or al fresco on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
Don't miss a moment of heart-stopping NFL coverage on Armchair Quarterback Radio.
Riggins. He's going to go all the way unless Blackwood can catch him, and he can't.
3rd and 3. We'll see a pickup sometime on the right side, possibly.
Montana looking, throwing in the end zone. Caught it. Dwight Clark.
Only 12 seconds left to play third quarter. Here's Marcus Allen cutting back upfield, and Marcus Allen could be gone. 74 yards for Marcus Allen.
The quiet man of this football team, Scott Norwood. He can fire the shot heard round the world now. Here we go with 8 seconds to play. High drama here on the Super Bowl. But in the air, it's got the distance.
It measures just 9 inches in circumference, weighs only about 5 ounces, and is made of cork wound with woolen yarn, covered with 2 layers of cowhide, and stitched by hand precisely 216 times.
Welcome back here to Atlanta Braves baseball. As the Atlanta Braves are grabbing the bats, trailing 2-0. Great shutdown inning by Jesse Chavez, and even better, he only threw 6 pitches in that inning. So you got to figure he's going to be heading out there for a second inning, which Atlanta could use, as Ian Anderson has been rushed from the game. The Braves have the heart of the lineup coming up. Ozzie Albies, Riley, and Jocktober heading to the plate. And the first pitch is a fastball inside, almost hits Ozzie. They check down third base line to see if he offered at it. He did not. And it's 1-0. Ozzy's facing the right field shift, and it is a swung on and miss, kind of golfed at that one like he was guessing at it. 76 miles an hour way in the dirt, and it's 1-1. I think Albie's made up his mind before that ball ever left Scherzer's hand that he was going to swing at it. So here comes the 1-1 pitch from Scherzer and set up outside, and it's golfed up and hit high, but it's going to die right there at the 44 in center field, and underneath it is Lux, and that's an easy out, number one. Ozzy Albies grabs the seat. You like to see them make Scherzer work a little more. Taking these early exits in these at-bats, just playing into the hands of the Dodgers. Scherzer just 58 pitches right now. You'd like to see them work that up in this inning as Riley comes to the plate. Jock Peterson is on deck, and the first pitch is wide and outside, 94 miles an hour, way outside the zone, and it's 1-0. Missed it earlier. Urban Meyer and the Jacksonville Jaguars get their first win of the year, 23-20 in London. The walk-off field goal. Here's the 1-0 pitch to Riley, and it is 76 mile an hour curveball that just gets banged foul, and it's 1-1. Scherzer looks like he might have missed his spot on that pitch as Smith was set up on the outside part of the plate, and the ball came back inside. He'll go back out to the outside part of the plate again. It's a fastball outside the zone, and it's 2-1. The Cincinnati Bengals win again, 34-11 over the Detroit Lions. Here's the 2-1 pitch to Austin Riley, and it is a fastball inside, 3-1. Might have been the cutter, just missed, and Jock Peterson looms on deck. LA 2, Atlanta nothing. Bottom of the fourth inning. Riley versus Scherzer. Riley asks for time, steps out of the box quickly and gets back in and is ready to roll, and Scherzer's ready to fire. So he gets the sign from Will Smith. Here's the 3-1 pitch, and it is inside and ball 4. Austin Riley heads down to first on a 5-pitch walk. What we were looking for, make Scherzer work a little, hit his spots. That'll bring Jock Peterson to the plate in a big spot here in the fourth inning in Atlanta, Georgia. Expecting the temperature to get into the 50s tonight before the end of the game. It's a little bit of a cool air in Georgia for October baseball. Here's the first pitch to Peterson, and it is fired on outside the zone. Look like the cutter, and it's 1-0. Jock Peterson 0 for 1 tonight. As he digs in, of course, Peterson, the ex-Los Angeles Dodger, was on the championship team last year. Here's the 1-0 pitch to Jock, and he hits it high. He hits it deep. He drifts it by. Goodbye. It's over the Trump House wall. Jocktober is back, baby. A 2-run home run. Your Atlanta Braves have just tied it up with the LA Dodgers. 401 beautiful feet as Jock Peterson rounds third base, gives a very slow low 5 to Ron Washington, and Jocktober, baby. Wow, what a hit. Wow, what a home run. One of those that Scherzer would love to have back. Looked like he just kind of hung it, and might have been the curveball that didn't bend very far, hung it in the zone, and a 2-run home run has now tied this game up. 2 2-run home runs in this game, one by Los Angeles, one by Atlanta. And the first pitch to Adam Duvall is 95 miles an hour on the knees, and it's 0-1. They're showing that replay, and as soon as he hit it, he turned and he knew it. He started barking to the Braves dugout. Here's the 0-1 pitch to Duvall, and it's way outside the zone. It's 1-1. He hit that over the chop house. Pearl necklace a flying, pounding his chest. You got to love the energy. Here's the 1-1 pitch, and it's swung on and missed by Duvall. It's 1-2. Contreras came over the railing in the dugout to root him on. The chop is going loud in Atlanta. Here's the 1-2 pitch to Duvall, almost offered at it, but he did pull back and do it again at 2-2. So it'll be interesting to see where Atlanta goes with their pitching. You would think it's Chavez again in the top of the 5th, but we're still a long ways away from there. Scherzer now at 69 pitches. Here's the 70th on a 2-2 pitch to Duvall, and he swings wildly and misses at a slider way outside the zone for the second out of the inning. Nasty pitch by Scherzer, and there's 2 away. 6th strikeout of the night for Max Scherzer. It's going to bring Travis d'Arnaud to the plate. d'Arnaud I mentioned earlier is 6 for 25 against Scherzer with 2 home runs of his own in lifetime. Here's the first pitch, and it's swung on, fouled back, and it's 0-1. AJ Minter is warming up in the pen. So it's yet to be seen whether or not it may just be precautionary, because if the Braves get a couple of more hits, it would be Chavez's turn. Here's the 0-1 pitch to d'Arnaud, and it's low, just below the knees outside, and it's 1-1. If you're just joining us, a 2-run home run by Jock Peterson has tied this game at 2 apiece. Here's the 1-1 pitch to d'Arnaud. Nasty fastball on the outside part of the knees, right on the black, and it's 1-2. Scherzer is 73 pitches into the night, the number you want to see if you're a Braves fan. Here's the 1-2 pitch, and it's swung on and hit back to the pitcher. Scherzer's got it, flips over to Bellinger. Bellinger steps on the pillow for out number 3, but not before the Atlanta Braves tie it up with a Jock Peterson 2-run blast over the chop house. It's 2-2. We head to the 5th.
This portion of the show is being brought to you by the best things in life, which are still free with minimum purchase at participating dealers.
Get your Sunday football morning started off right with the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Your Sunday morning kickoff show where we tackle your NFL lines out in the desert, a 61.2% win rate over the last 6 years. Against the spread, over under, money line, you name it. And we dive into the world of fantasy football year long and your DFS payouts. Your only true Southern football kickoff show that talks the spreads in Vegas, your DFS and fantasy, in your year-long quest to win that fantasy football championship. Only on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. It's the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Sundays, all NFL season long.
It all starts with just one thing. Glass jars can be reused to store food and spices, as a holder for combs and brushes in the bathroom, or as a container for plants and homemade candles, in addition to simply being recycled. Find tips and more at onethingus.com.
Let me tell you something. If the U.S. government decides to stick a tracking device up your ass, you say thank you and God bless America.
Hi, this is Britney Spears.
What up, this Jay-Z.
This is Jennifer Lopez.
Armchair.
Welcome back here to Atlanta Braves baseball. A bit of a head scratcher. Snicker's going to pull Chavez, who pitched phenomenally, 6 pitches in 1 inning, and he'll bring in AJ Minter to face Mookie Betts. You're going to get the lefty righty now. Seager is up next, a left-handed power bat. But I'm a little surprised that Chavez didn't go back out there for one more batter at least, as you've got 2 righties due up in this inning, but we'll see if it pays off, as the Braves have just tied this game up. Jock Peterson blasted a 2-run shot over the chop house wall in the bottom of the 4th inning to tie this up. In Braves country, they are standing and chopping all throughout Truist Park. And here comes the first delivery from Minter to Betts, and it is wide and outside the zone, 95 miles an hour, and it's 1-0. The National Football League, Seattle and Pittsburgh are tied at 0 in the second quarter. Minter looks in to get the sign from Darno, and here's the delivery. 1-0, 95 miles an hour outside, and it's 2-0. Minter, 3.78 ERA, 52 innings this year, 57 strikeouts. Here's the 2-0 pitch from Minter, and it's another pitch wild and outside. It's 3-0. This does not pay off. You got to figure someone in the Atlanta media will have the guts to ask Snicker what he was thinking taking Chavez out so quickly. And here comes the 3-0 pitch from Minter to Mookie Betts, lefty versus righty, and it is wild and outside again, and it's a 4-pitch walk to start the top of the 5th inning. That'll bring up Corey Seager, who hit a 2-run home run to begin the game in the 1st inning. Get the lefty versus lefty matchup here, but there is a runner on. Here comes the first offering from Minter as he looks in to the plate to get the sign from Darno. And first pitch offering as Darno sits up on the outside part of the plate, and it's a fastball across, looks like a slider, excuse me, right across the strike zone, and it's 0-1. Corey Seager is 1 for 1. Two-run home run, and he does have a walk. Braves have yet to get him out tonight. Here's the 0-1 pitch to Seager from Minter, and it's inside for ball 1. It's 1-1. Cutter just missing inside, 87 miles an hour. Minter doesn't seem to be very accurate coming out of the pen. Here's the other head scratcher. Seager's his batting 500 lifetime against Minter. So a strange decision by Snicker. Here comes the 1-1 pitch, and it's inside again. It's 2-1. Bad decision not paying off so far. Minter seeing if he can get out of this mess that he's created. 4-pitch walk to Betts, has a 2-1 count to Seager. And it is a cutter popped up high. And on the left-hand side of the infield, it's a can of corn for Austin Riley. That shattered Seager's bat. And there's one away with Trey Turner coming to the plate. Trey Turner batting .328 on the year. We'll face AJ Minter, lefty righty once again. Trey Turner's 2 for 7 lifetime against Minter with a walk and 2 strikeouts. So 286 average. And here comes the 2-2 pitch, the first pitch in a 2-2 ball game. And Minter's going to toss it back over to first to keep Mookie close, as he is the go-ahead run. Minter's spot is due up in the bottom of this inning. So here comes the delivery from Minter, and he fires a wide cutter outside the zone. Darnode had to make a leap and grabbed it, keep it from going back to the wall. Betts stays at first. It's a 1-0 count to Trey Turner. Trey Turner and then Will Smith standing on deck, another righty. Here's the 1-0 pitch, and it is missed. No, they're going to call it a called strike, and it's 1-1. One count to Trey Turner. If you're just joining us, Justin Turner is not in the lineup tonight. Here's the fastball, and it gets away from Minter, throws it way inside for ball number 2. Darnode had to do almost like a backhanded stab at it. Great play by Darnode to keep that ball from getting away and keeping Mookie at first. Minter's doing everything he can to put Mookie on second base. Here comes the 2-1 pitch from Minter to Trey Turner. Darnode sets up inside, and it is a, good Lord, terrible cutter way outside the zone, and it's 3-1. Looking like a very bad decision by Snicker to pull Chavez and bring Minter in. It's a head scratcher to begin with. He'd only thrown 6 pitches. He had a right-handed heavy part of the lineup coming up. Had just tied the game. He brings in the lefty Minter. Minter can't find the plate. Here's the 3-1 pitch to Turner. He's going to toss it over to first to keep Betts at bay. Trying to figure out any way to get out of this mess. 3-1 count to Turner. Will Smith is on deck. And it is a cutter pulled foul, just foul of the third base bag, and we'll do it again at 3-2. Full count, payoff pitch heading on the way. AJ Minter trying to get out of this mess. And Mookie is going to run. Here's a cutter hit up outside the play. Out of play. It goes up against the screen. We'll do it again at 3-2. Mookie trying to stay out of that double play. If he's running and anything gets in the gap, he'll score for sure. He got a really good jump off of Minter there. Here comes the 3-2 delivery from Minter as he leans over, looks in, gets the sign. d'Arnaud sets up inside, and it is swung on and is wild again. He's nowhere near the zone, and it's another walk. Whoa, they're calling that a strike? Hey, that is, wow, okay. He went around, I guess. That pitch was way outside the zone, but it looks like home plate umpire is saying that Turner did go around, and maybe he did. I was fixated on the actual pitch itself. It was wildly outside the zone, but on the play, Betts does move up on a stolen base. So Turner bails out Minter, who is yet to really find his touch here, trying to get through this inning unscathed. We have a runner at second. There's two away, and d'Arnaud's coming out there to talk to Will Smith, and pitching coach Rich Krantz is going out there to talk to him as well, trying to settle him down. The catcher, Will Smith, coming up to the plate. Very good hitter, Will Smith. Looks like that this might be the first time Smith and Minter have faced each other. I'm not finding any data on it. Will Smith at 25 home runs and 76 RBIs. Jacob Webb is back up, getting loose in the Braves bullpen again. The right-hander coming in. Now, for some reason, the umpire is standing up there with Kranitz at the mound. Maybe they're checking on Minter to make sure he's okay. Long delay here. Normally, the umpires rushed you off the mound, but might have something to do with checking on his health, or we'll see what's going on here. As remember, Will Smith went yard last night against the lefty, and they're going to walk Smith to set up Gavin Lux, the lefty, versus Minter. So you get the lefty-lefty matchup. It appears that Minter's okay. Home plate umpire was out there talking with Kranitz and the rest of the infielders, Jordan Baker. So here comes the first pitch from Lux to Lux, and it is a cutter, and it is called for a strike at the knees. It's 0-1. Minter still doesn't look like that he's got the feel of it. d'Arnaud was set up on the outside part of the plate, and though that was called for a strike, the ball location was actually the inside part of the plate. d'Arnaud had to backhand it. So runners on first and second, two away. The 0-1 pitch from Minter, and he spins around trying to catch Mookie napping over at second. Mookie jogs back over to second and stands on the bag. Minter walks off the rubber. We'll do it again at 0-1. See, Dak Prescott threw for 45 yards today and 3 touchdowns in the Cowboy victory. Here's a slider outside the zone, missed badly, and it's 1-1. Gavin Lux is batting 188 against left-handers. I'd say no matter what happens here, this is Minter's last batter he faces is Chris Taylor, who roasts left-handers, is standing on deck. Here's the 1-1 pitch from Minter, set up outside, and it is fouled off of Darnold's. He goes to the ground, trying to see what happened there. Looks a little shaken up. Darnold looking at the replay. Oh, hit right in the family jewels. So everyone will give him a minute to collect his breath and other things. While he's doing that, they're checking on him, making sure he's okay. But it's one of those, everybody's been there. Give him as much time as he needs. On this date, 1987, the St. Louis Cardinals and Minnesota Twins play in the first ever World Series game indoors. In the Twins dome. Looks like Darnold's okay. The decibel levels for that crowd in game one was well over 110 decibels. It was compared to a jet engine. In 87 and 91, the Twins beat the Cardinals and the Braves in the World Series. They did not win a road game. They did not lose a home game. Here's the Winter's going to spin around again. Looked like he was about to offer. It's almost a balk move, but he is spinning around, so he's trying to catch Mookie leading off second. Anytime you see a pitcher doing that routinely, just tells you he doesn't believe in his stuff and he's trying to find another way to get out. Here's the 1-2 pitch, and it swung on, hit high and deep into left field. Rosario's underneath it, and we're going to tap dance through the raindrops and get out of this inning. The Atlanta Braves will grab the bats. We head to the bottom of the fifth in a tie ball game, 5-5. Get your Sunday football morning started off right with the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Your Sunday morning kickoff show where we tackle your NFL lines out in the desert. A 61.2% win rate over the last 6 years. Against the spread, over under, money line, you name it. And we dive into the world of fantasy football year long and your DFS payouts. The only true Southern football kickoff show that talks the spreads in Vegas, your DFS and fantasy, and your year-long quest to win that fantasy football championship. Only on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. It's the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Sundays, all NFL season long.
It all starts with just one thing. When recycling, rinse out jars and cans, and avoid recycling wax paper or paper soiled with food. This will reduce recycling contamination. Find tips and more at onethingus.com. What's your one thing?
Slide here is your X, but if that's the call, Mike, Will, and Sam all have to know they're shifting. Open palms are post, thumbs ups are crosser, thumbs downs and out. Trevor, why don't you get up here and draw that for us?
Playing in the NFL is hard, but playing
Armchair.
fantasy football is easy.
Fantasy football time. It's fantasy football time.
Welcome back here to Atlanta Braves baseball. I'm Mac McGee bringing you the action. The Atlanta Braves are tied with the Dodgers, trying to get that game number 2, which would be such a big W. They can take a 2-0 series lead. They would force the Dodgers to come back to Atlanta, first of all, and then second of all, the Dodgers would have to beat the Braves 4 of the next 5 games. So a lot of things in play here. If you can take a 2-0 series lead, a little chilly in Atlanta as it's into the 50s, 10-mile-an-hour wind. You see all the Braves fans that are kind of bundled up. It looks like Trey Young is in the audience tonight. Good to see other Atlanta athletes supporting the Braves. And here comes the first pitch from Scherzer to start off the bottom of the fifth. Dansby Swanson takes it for a called strike, and he does not like it as that pitch was outside for sure. Here comes the 1-0 pitch from Scherzer, and it is roasted up the middle. A worm burner to center field. Lux grabs it, brings it back into the infield, but it's a leadoff single for Lieutenant Dan. Dansby rips it right back up where it came from. They were playing him to pull, and he took it to the right-hand side of the second base bag. So an open hole there. And that's going to bring up a pinch hitter. Orlando Arcia will come to the plate. Right-handed hitter, batted 198 on the year. Does have 2 home runs on the year. And the first pitch is swung on and missed. It's 0-1. Braves 2, Dodgers 2. Bottom of the 5th inning. Looks like Orlando Arcia is 2 for 3 lifetime versus Max Scherzer. He has a double. Scherzer has struck him out. A double and a single for Arcia. And here comes the 0-1 pitch from Scherzer, and Arcia offers that a pitch way outside the zone on a drag bunt attempt, and it's 0-2. Like he was trying to sneak his way on as the infield was playing back. Ball was nowhere near the zone, and now Scherzer's got the upper hand. It's an 0-2 count to Arcia. Runner on first, nobody out. And it's swung on and missed. Strike 3. Arcia doesn't even come close to it. And there's 1 away. The slider that went into the dirt, nowhere near the strike zone. And Arcia at that point was just flailing at it. Dave Roberts is coming out to the mound to talk to Scherzer, and it looks like he's going to pull him. So that's it. We've taken Scherzer out before he gets through 5 innings. How about that, Braves country? They'll head to the pen. We'll head to break. We'll be back in a flash. Braves 2, Dodgers 2, 1 on, 1 out with Eddie Rosario coming to the plate.
He only has 3 rings.
Saturday mornings, 8:30 Eastern. Dixie Football Nation is back and better than ever. We've got Tony Agolini, Matt Carr, Tones Ariola, Bobby and Angelo, along with Mac McGee this fall. Dixie Football Nation heads to the gridiron, talking ACC, SEC, the Big Ten, and all the big games throughout the college football land. That's Dixie Football Nation, 8:30 Eastern, 7:30 Central, Saturday mornings on the Armchair Quarterback Show's YouTube channel, going live, or catch the instant replay.
I'm not playing your stupid game.
My hotel's nice, and I was in the elevator. There's a sign in the elevator that said maximum capacity 12 persons. 12 persons. Somebody needs to tell the folks down at the elevator company that the plural of the word person is people. It's not persons, right? The hotel pool had a similar sign. It said maximum capacity 180 people. We really need legislation for that sort of thing? Doesn't it kind of govern itself? Don't most of us just hang back and go, I don't want to get in the pool with that many people. It's not going to be refreshing, knocking up against other people's arms and skin. Move, I have a legal right to be here. Banging elbows, move. I did a head count. Like in the bathroom stall, we don't put a sign that says maximum capacity 1 person. I just see the shoes and I keep on moving.
I
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
Welcome back here to Atlanta Braves baseball. We've got a pitching change as Alex Vesia, his 2.25 ERA, comes in. Nasty left-hander. He's going to face Eddie Rosario and Freddie Freeman with Dansby Swanson on first, one away. Very difficult spot here. And here we go. First pitch from Vesia, set up outside, and it's a called strike fastball at the letters, and it's 0-1. Bottom of 5, tie game. Dansby on first leading off. They've got a right-handed shift, but are close enough to turn 2. Here comes the 0-1 pitch and went around on it on a half offering from Rosario, and it's 0-2. Rosario appears to not think he went around. As Roberts gets up on the steps of the dugout, not sure what his issue is, but it's an 0-2 count to Eddie Rosario. Vesia fires it back over to first. Swanson scampers back. We'll do it again at 0-2. Here's the 0-2 pitch, and it is swung on. Fastball hit high and out of play. Do it again at 0-2. Tie ball game. If you're just joining us, Jock Peterson and Corey Seager have both hit 2-run home runs. Seager in the first, Peterson in the fourth, to have us in a tie ball game. And here comes the 0-2 pitch. Vesia is going to fire it back over to first to keep Dansby Swanson at bay. And we'll start it up again at 0-2. Vesia's got a 3.86 ERA in this postseason, 2.25 on the year. Here's the 0-2 pitch, and it is a slider in the dirt, and it's 1-2. One-two pitch to Rosario facing the lefty. Freddie Freeman is on deck. Here's the 1-2 pitch set up outside, and it's a fastball rifled into center field. It'll get down for a single. Dansby will slam on the brakes at second. We've got runners on first. We've got runners on second. There's one away for the 2020 MVP, Freddie Freeman. Time to get out of his funk as he comes to the plate. Ozzie Albies is on deck. Nice piece of hitting by Rosario. He just sent it back where it came from. Nice, easy stroke. 2 strikes on him. Gotta love that piece of hitting. And Freddie Freeman is 0 for 1. Sorry, 0 for 2. And first pitch is high and inside, 94 miles an hour, and it's 1-0. Looked like Vesia missing his spot as Smith was set up on the outside part of the plate. Ball drifted back in. The Braves fans are on their feet in Atlanta. Freddie Freeman digs into the 1-0 count, setting up outside. It is hit high and deep into left field. Pollock's going to slam into the wall. Ball's going to go out of play. Looks like Pollock's all right. He went up, didn't realize that wall was coming up on him so fast, kind of smacked into it. I don't think he thought he was as close as he was. Either that or he thought the railing was a little lower, was going to be able to grab it and climb over. That ball just went over the railing. That railing's a little lower. Pollock has a chance to reach over and grab it. Would have been an outstanding play. But there was no Bartman in the stands interfering, so we go back at it. 1-1 count to Freddie Freeman, setting up outside, and it's a fastball high and outside the zone. It's 2-1. The right-hander Joe Kelly is getting loose in the Dodger bullpen. How fast he can be available. Vesia would have to face Freddie and the next batter, which is the switch hitting Ozzie Albies next. If it were to continue, Kelly could come in to face right-handed power hitting Austin Riley. We're a long way from that. Here's the 2-1 pitch to Freddie Freeman in a tie ball game in the bottom of the 5th inning. Here's the delivery, and it's swung on and missed. 94 miles an hour, blown past Freeman, and it's 2-2. Freddie just seems to be just a little out of sorts. Normally, that's a pitch that Freddie gets a hold of. Seems to be just a little off balance. Can he get this right? A single would probably send Swanson to the plate. He's got good wheels and is a great base runner. Dodgers do have good arms in the outfield. Here's the 2-2 pitch to Freddie Freeman. And it's set up outside, and it's a fastball hit high and deep down the left field line. It's going to curve foul and out of play. We'll do it again at 2-2. Freddie Freeman trying to find any way to get on, keep this line moving with Ozzie Albies up. Seems like they might have Vesia on the ropes. We can just get it, Freddie on. Here comes the 2-2 pitch to Freddie Freeman. Smith sets up outside again, and it's swung on, slider, and missed, strikeout number 3. And that's 2 away. Freddie Freeman is just struggling mightily in these playoffs. Off balance, was just out in front of that slider, was probably looking fastball and just could not make contact. We all know this won't stay long for Freddie, but he is frustrated right now. You can tell by the look on him. Ozzie Albies is coming to the plate. Pitching coach is coming out again to talk to Vesia. They've had mound visits. This is their 4th mound visit. And we're only in the 5th inning. Remember, you can only have 6. Ozzie Albies is 0 for 2 with a line out and a fly out, but they'll turn him around now. He'll hit from the right-hand side of the plate. Now, will they pitch around him? They have Joe Kelly warming up in the bullpen. He should be about ready. So if Vicius does not get Ozzie, I would think it's probably going to be Joe Kelly. Will Vicius pitch around him or go after him is the question. Here comes the first pitch from Vicius to Ozzie, and it is a fastball low, 94 miles an hour at the ankles. And just off the plate, it's 1-0. Braves 2, Dodgers 2. Bottom of the fifth, 1 on. Sorry, 2 on, 2 away, 1-0 pitch. Standing room only in Atlanta, Georgia. Truist Park is one big base hit away from erupting. Can Ozzie get to this pen? Put one in the gap, you might get 2 to score. Here's the 1-0 pitch from to Ozzie, and it's swung on 95 miles an hour, blown right by him, and it's 1-1. The Dodgers are on a full shift in the left side of the infield. The outfield is played deep, but pretty much straight away. Anything poked to the right-hand side of the infield could probably get through and send Swanson to the plate. Here's the 1-1 pitch to Ozzie, and he swung on, fouls it back, just missed the timing on that. He fouls it back to the screen, and it's 1-2. Dodgers 2, Braves 2, bottom of the fifth. Game 2 of the NLDS. Atlanta leads the series 1-0. Trying to find any way to bring Swanson home to take the lead. There's not a seat taken in the house as Atlanta's getting set for the 1-2 pitch from Ozzie Albies. Ozzie digs in and gets ready for pitch from Vicius, and it is 96 miles an hour on the outside part of the plate. Called a ball. Dodgers are not happy. Looked like it just missed the strike zone, but took nerves of steel to take that pitch. At a second look, it definitely missed the strike zone, but I mean barely. To see it just missed that strike zone, and at 96 miles an hour, I am surprised Ozzie was able to lay off of that. Here's the 2-2 pitch to Albies, and it is a fastball swung on, hit down the right field line, but foul, and it will go out of play. It's 2-2. Ozzie Albies walks around blowing on his hands, trying to get his hands warm as it is a little cool in Atlanta tonight. Riley's on the deck. It's a 2-2 count. 2 on, 2 out. 2-2 is your score. The deuces are wild right now in Atlanta, Georgia, as Vicius steps back onto the rubber and gets set for the delivery. Can Ozzie come through one more time for Atlanta? Here's the 2-2 delivery, and it is a fastball swung on and missed. Strike 3. Ozzie looking for something a little down and just missed the 96 mile an hour fastball. And we'll head to the top of the 6th inning in a tie ball game in game 2 of the NLDS.
Make sure when your shift is over, you go home alive.
Look at that. The Hendersons are getting a new fence.
Ah, who cares? They're swingers.
I want a new fence.
That's it. We're never having sex again.
Need a home loan fast? At the American Bank of Los Santos, we'll help you get the debt you need to make life easier. We'll show you how to look richer and be poorer. You need to impress people fast, not in 20 years. It's only a risk if you get into money troubles or the economy changes. Call American Bank of Los Santos. Now that the kids have moved out and have drug problems of their own, maybe it's time to install a luxury marble wet bar so you can get drunk in private. American Bank of Los Santos. Why worry about tomorrow if you look inadequate today?
To protect her home and family in a disaster, Karen was willing to wade through water, mud, and insurance paperwork.
Yeah, I can do this.
You go, Karen! By simply understanding and updating what her insurance covers and doesn't cover now, she'll be better prepared no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
Lose some weight.
Oh, come on, quickly. Will you don't give me that.
Look at me, 92. And I still enjoy swimming and golfing, and biking, all sports.
Whoopee.
That too.
Come on, after all, at your age, must be down to a handshake, huh?
Yep, before and after.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
Welcome back, Braves country. The Atlanta Braves and Los Angeles Dodgers. We are tied. Heading to the top of the sixth, and it will be Jacob Webb coming out of the pen as he's getting his warm-up tosses ready. He's going to face Chris Taylor, Cody Bellinger, and A.J. Pollock in this inning. If anybody gets on, it's the pitcher spot. Vesia. We get set for the top of the sixth inning. Tie game, 2-2. 2 2-run home runs have been the story in this game. One in the top of the first. Here's the first pitch from Webb, and it's a fastball outside part of the plate. And Taylor did offer at it, so it's 0-1. Jacob Webb with a 3.44 ERA and 34 innings pitched, 33 strikeouts. Here's the 0-1 pitch from Webb, and it is a fastball down the pipe, swung on and missed, and it's 0-2. You older Braves fans out there, this is the 22nd anniversary of the famous grand slam single that Robin Ventura hit in Game 6 of the NLCS against Atlanta to force a Game 6, in Game 5. Here's the 0-2 pitch, and it is high and outside the zone. It's 1-2. The Mets win that game. Ventura was never able to complete his home run, so they gave him a single, scored the game 4-3 as the fans rushed the field. The Braves would go on to win that series. Here's the 1-2 pitch, swung on, fastball, and it's back up against the screen, and it's do it again at 1-2. Braves would win the National League pennant, go on to lose to the Yankees in the World Series. One, two, the count from Webb. So he gets a new ball, gets ready to fire it into Darno, and swung on, fouled off the bottom of the bat. Just goes a little bit foul, and we'll do it again at 1-2. American League Championship Series tied up at 1 apiece. They are off today. They'll be back in action tomorrow night. The NLCS will be off tomorrow. We will be back here at 5 o'clock Eastern for first pitch of game number 3 in Los Angeles. Here's the 1-2 pitch, and it's a fastball high and inside, and it's 2-2. You notice these Dodgers along with all the teams that are in the playoffs on a regular basis, they work the count. They make that pitcher work every single at bat. Here's the 2-2 pitch from Webb, and it is a fastball at the knees. It might have been a changeup and went into the dirt, and it is now 3-2 with Bellinger on deck. The Braves unable to capitalize in the last inning. They had runners on first and second with one away. And the heart of the order up. Here's the 3-2 pitch, and it is swung on, and it fouled down the line again. We'll do it again at 3-2. Cody Bellinger stands on deck. Tie ball game. It's taking a while for Webb to get going here. Here we go. And the windup in the pitch, and he misses. And he'll walk the first batter. A leadoff walk to start the sixth inning usually smells trouble. They'll always tell you one of the worst things you can do is walk the leadoff man. The percentages of the leadoff man scoring when he gets on is astronomical compared to 1 out, 2 outs, etc. So we've got runner on first, nobody out. The Braves are in double play death, but are playing a shift. The left-handed Bellinger coming up to the plate, set up on the outside, and he's wild and misses, and down to second base goes Taylor, and he's in there underneath the tag. It's another poor pitch by Webb. He didn't even look over to first, and it was a great jump by Chris Taylor. The Dodgers have the go-ahead run on second with nobody out. One 0 pitch to Bellinger. And it is wide and outside. Ball 2. Jacob Webb cannot find the zone. Got to find a way to get this out. Dodger bullpen gets a lead, and it is very difficult to come back. Here's the 2-0 pitch from Webb to the left-handed slugging Bellinger. It's wide, it's low and inside, not even close to the plate. It's 3-0. That will bring AJ Pollock to the plate next on a 3-0 count to Bellinger. Webb, who has struggled from time to time this year to find the zone, looks like it's happening again. Has good stuff, but when he doesn't have his delivery right. Here's the 3-0 pitch, and it's a fastball hit high and deep into center field. Duvall's going to circle on underneath it and around it. He fires it into the infield. Taylor's going to take third with ease. And there's one away. Bellinger doing a good job of getting Taylor over to third with one away as the go-ahead run is just 90 feet away. Bellinger gave that thing a ride. Never had a chance of getting out, but he got it pretty deep, almost to the warning track. And the right-handed Duvall to be able to circle underneath that and throw it. Pretty decent throw considering, but never had a chance. Taylor's a very good base runner with good speed. And here's the first pitch to Pollock. Low and out inside. Bounced off the plate, and it's 1-0. Got to wonder how much longer. This will be the third batter he's faced. You got to wonder how much longer they'll go with Webb. Has not gotten the job done so far. The pitcher spot is due up next, but they are expected to pinch hit for him. It hasn't been announced. Here's the 1-0 pitch, swung on and missed over the top, and it's 1-1. The Dodgers have a few lefties off their bench that they can get to come in and pinch hit. I'd say it would probably be Beatty that would grab the bat. So here comes the 1-1 pitch to Pollock, and it is a changeup swung on and missed, and it's 1-2. This would be a huge strikeout and a big, big part of the game to be able to keep the runner at second with 2 away, but we're a long way away from that as we'll still need a strikeout. The Braves infield is in, trying to prevent that run here in the 6th inning. Here's the 1-2 pitch, and it is in the dirt outside the zone. Good play by Darno to keep the ball from going to the backstop. And it's 2-2. Steelers are beating the Seahawks 14-0 at the half in the National Football League. Kind of a dull game so far. Here comes the 2-2 pitch from Webb as he gets the sign, looking for a strikeout or pop out or an atom ball, anything to get him out of this mess. Here's the delivery, swung on, and strike out. Strike number 3. Swung on and missed over the top of it. I think Dave Roberts wants to see if he possibly no, it's much to do about nothing. And that will be it for Jacob Webb. They're going to head to the pen as they're going to bring Beatty to the plate. The Braves are going to head to the pen. We'll take that break with them. Tyler Matzik is entering as the bullpen's doors swing open. Here comes Tyler Matzik trying to put out the fire. We'll be back in a flash.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
ACC football covered like no other here on the Armchair Quarterback.
Reggie Gillespie dives into the end zone. The winning points for North Carolina State. And the teams come together in the end zone, pushing, shoving between the pack and the heels as Gillespie has scored the winning points. His 5th rushing TD. But these teams need to be separated. The emotion boils over on the last play of the game as Gillespie goes to the end zone. And it's a sea of Carolina blue and State red.
And Carruthers gets into it, and they've doused him, and now we've got a big brawl out on the field, marring would have been the 200th victory for Bobby Bowden. Look at this. That's an ugly mess down there. This is ugly. Trying to get it cleared up down there, although there's still some bodies flying around.
ACC football, backyard brawls all year long.
I'm up. Biggest pick of the draft. 5th pick, 6th round. TJ Hoshimazode. Yes. Lock it up.
Who? What?
TJ, how's the vanilla? All right. TJ, who's your mama?
Fantasy Rule 17. Know how to pronounce your draft picks.
You mean TJ Hushmanzada from the Bengals?
Put him on the board. Hoshimazole. Got it. Championship.
Fantasy football time. It's fantasy football time.
This is Jim Rome. Join me in the jungle for your phone calls and the biggest names in sports. Stop by weekdays, noon until 3 Eastern, 9 to noon Pacific.
Welcome back here to Atlanta Braves baseball. Tyler Matzik set to take the mound, and he's going to face now Albert Pujols. So they waited till Beatty was announced as a pinch hitter. You can pull him, strike him from your box score. Pujols will now come in, the right-handed bat. If he gets on, Betts is on deck. There's 2 away. The go-ahead run 90 feet away at third base. And here comes the first delivery to the machine, as they call him, from Matzik. And it's a fastball at the knees on the inside, and it's 0-1. Pujols, of course, towards the twilight of his career, but still has something left. He bats .328 career pinch hitter. Unbelievable. Here's the 0-1 pitch to Pujols, and it is swung on and missed wildly in the dirt, and we got strike 2. Darno's able to jump in front of it as the ball got away, drifted towards the mound. Darno jumped on top of it to keep Taylor from advancing from third. And we've got 2 strikes now. It's Pujols coming off to pinch hit. What an embarrassment of riches the Dodgers have when you have Albert Pujols on your bench. Here we go. The 0-2 pitch to Pujols. And the windup and delivery. It is a slider missed outside and wide. It's 1-2. One of the best right-handed hitters of all time, arguably the best of his generation. Tyler Matzik tries to get him out here in October. Not an easy feat, no matter where he is in his career. The chop is going in Atlanta. 1-2 pitch, and it is swung on. 97 mile an hour, popped high, but out of play. We'll do it again at 1-2. Braves 2, Dodgers 2. Game is in the 6th inning. In game 2 of the NLCS, the Braves lead the series 1-0. The next 3 games are in Los Angeles, though. A critical game in the series. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Swung on and missed. Yakum, sit him down. The Braves will head to the bottom of the 6th inning, striking out Pujols and leaving Taylor at bay at third. It's 2-2 your score. Braves grab the bats. Will be back in a flash. Get your Sunday football morning started off right with the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Your Sunday morning kickoff show where we tackle your NFL lines out in the desert. A 61.2% win rate over the last 6 years. Against the spread, over, under, money line, you name it. And we dive into the world of fantasy football year-long and your DFS payouts. The only true Southern football kickoff show that talks the spreads in Vegas, your DFS and fantasy, in your year-long quest to win that fantasy football championship. Only on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. It's the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Sundays, all NFL season long. Saturday mornings, 8:30 Eastern. Dixie Football Nation is back and better than ever. We've got Tony Agolini, Matt Carr, Tones Ariola, Bobby and Angelo, along with Mac McGee this fall. Dixie Football Nation heads to the gridiron, talking ACC, SEC, the Big Ten, and all the big games throughout the college football land. That's Dixie Football Nation, 8:30 Eastern, 7:30 Central, Saturday mornings on the Armchair Quarterback Show's YouTube channel, going live. Or catch the instant replay. Welcome back here to Atlanta Braves baseball. Joe Kelly's going to be coming out of the pen. He'll be facing Austin Riley, Jock Peterson, and Adam Duvall as we begin the Braves part of the 6th inning. Bottom of the 6th is your game is tied at 2 apiece. Game 2 of the National League Division Series. Game 3, 5 o'clock Eastern. On Tuesday, 5:08 is first pitch. Charlie Morton versus Walker Buehler. And Wednesday night, we will be the late game, 8:08 Eastern. We will have every pitch here of Atlanta Braves baseball as we march through October. Thursday night will also be 8:08 Eastern. If there is a game 6 and a game 7 in the ALCS, first pitch from Kelly is a called strike on the inside and it's 0-1. If the ALCS goes 7 games, all the way to Saturday, then the NLCS game 6 would be 5:08 Eastern in Atlanta. Here's a slider outside miss, and it's 1-1. If the Red Sox and Astros do not make it to a game 7, in all likelihood, they will move that game back to 8:08 Eastern. And then if there is a game 7, it would be 7:38 Eastern a week from tonight. Here's a called strike, slider on the outside part of the plate, and it's 1-2. Riley trying to find a way to get on and get this thing going. Tie ball game. 1-2 pitch. Smith sets up on the outside part of the plate and time called. Riley's going to step out of the box. It's Austin Riley trying to find a way to get this Atlanta Braves offense going. Every base runner so critical here in the playoffs. Here's the 1-2 pitch to Riley, and it is a knuckle curve in the dirt, and it's 2-2. Bounced off the plate. Jock Peterson, who's 1 for 2 with a 2-run home run, stands on deck. Peterson finally getting a chance to play every day here in the playoffs. He had turned into pretty much a platoon player with the Dodgers and a bench player. Here's the 2-2 pitch to Riley, and it is called for a strike right across the zone. Riley doesn't argue. He just couldn't get the bat up off his shoulders, and that's out number 1, called third strike, and there's one away here in the bottom of the 6th inning, and that'll bring Jock Peterson to the plate. The Braves do have an option to bring Jock Peterson back next year. You would think they would bring him back. A fan favorite, has been incredible for this Atlanta Braves team. Of course, everything is up in the air for next year, not knowing the status of what's going to happen with Ozuna. Will they bring back Duvall? Soler is a free agent as well. Here's the first pitch to Jock, and it's a fastball high and outside, and it's 1-0. Aaron Rodgers and the Packers win in Chicago 24-14. Here's the 1-0 pitch to Jock Peterson. Smith sets up on the outside part of the plate. Kelly rocks and fires. It is a changeup, 88 miles an hour on the black, and it's 1-1. Braves 2, Dodgers 2. Bottom of the 6th inning. 1-1 count to Jock Peterson. Already has a home run. Here's the 1-1 pitch to Jock, and it is swung on and fouled to the right-hand side of the infield. And it's 1-2. That home run tonight, 454 feet, they're now calling it. Now, earlier they had it at the 401. It's 454 feet they are now calling that. He absolutely crushed that ball. Here's the 1-2 pitch to Jock, and Jock's going to call for time as Kelly was taking his time to deliver, and Peterson decided to step out. Kelly looks annoyed, bounces the ball off the rubber. We'll do it again. 1-2 pitch from Kelly to Peterson. Smith sets up inside, and it is swung on and rifled back up to the mound, but Kelly's got it. He'll flip it over to first, and there's 2 away. Two outs here in the bottom of the 6th inning, and that's going to send Adam Duvall to the plate. Adam Duvall trying to get going here. 38 home runs on the year, but hasn't really done a whole lot here in the postseason. He sets up against Joe Kelly. And the first pitch is high. Knuckle curve missed outside the zone, and it's 1-0. Las Vegas Raiders took it to the Broncos in Denver today. You missed that. And here's the 1-0 pitch to Duvall. And swung on and fouled back, just missed that puppy, and it's 1-1. Raiders won 34-24 in Denver. Bridgewater had 3 interceptions. Derek Carr, 341 yards and 2 touchdowns for you fantasy football folks out there. Joe Kelly set to give the 12th pitch of the inning to Adam Duvall. It's a 1-1 count, 2 out. Travis Darnold is on deck. They set up outside. Looks like they're going to set up low and outside. Knuckle curve swung on and hit high and deep into left field, but it will not carry as it dies just before the warning track, and A.J. Pollock's underneath it. That's out number 3. We head to the 7th inning. We got another tie ball game late in Atlanta. It's 2-2 as we head to the 7th.
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale's Safe and Clean pledge, so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you're ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide-open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style in socially distanced dining rooms or al fresco on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
Get your Sunday football morning started off right with the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Your Sunday morning kickoff show where we tackle your NFL lines out in the desert, a 61.2% win rate over the last 6 years. Against the spread, over, under, money line, you name it. And we dive into the world of fantasy football year long and your DFS payouts. Your only true Southern football kickoff show that talks the spreads in Vegas, your DFS and fantasy, in your year-long quest to win that fantasy football championship. Only on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. It's the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Sundays, all NFL season long.
The batter has only a few thousandths of a second to decide to hit the ball. And yet the men who fail 7 times out of 10 are considered the game's greatest heroes.
Welcome back to Atlanta Braves baseball. Tyler Matzik will come back out for the 7th inning as he got the last out against Pujols to end the 6th. So he's only thrown a third of an inning so far. He will face Mookie Betts, Corey Seager, Trey Turner, and if anybody gets on, Will Smith. We head to the 7th inning. Atlanta looking for some late inning magic. Tie ball game. Matzik stands at the top of the hill and is ready to deliver the first pitch to Mookie Betts, and he fires it. Curveball outside, and it's 1-0. The Braves are playing Mookie Betts on a shift to the left-hand side of the infield. Here's 1-0 pitch fastball outside the zone, and it's 2-0, 95 miles an hour off the plate and high. 2-0 is your count. Mookie Betts digs in. And the delivery, fastball inside. And Matzik is struggling here to start the 7th inning. And it's 3-0. Luke Jackson warms up in the pen. Braves would love to get Matzik through the 7th to wait to bring Jackson into the 8th. Here's a fastball down the pipe for a strike. Mookie taking all the way, and it's 3-1. Dodgers 2, Braves 2. Bottom of the 7th. 3-1 is your count. And the delivery swung on, offered fastball on the outside part of the plate. It's called a strike. Any way you look at it, it was in the zone, and Mookie looked like he offered at it. So it's going to be a 3-2 count to Betts for Matzik. And the 3-2 pitch is swung on and hit high, but out of play. We'll do it again. Full count. Leading off here in the 7th inning in a tie game. 3-2 delivery as Matzik gets a new ball. And here comes the pitch. Delivery and fastball popped up high and out of play, 97 miles an hour. Mookie just missing it. We'll do it again at 3-2. Quite the battle here, Matzik versus Mookie. This has been fastball. Mookie trying to time that thing just right. Will they go to the fastball again or get the off speed? Here comes the delivery, and it is a swung on and missed. No, he fouled it off. They're saying that he got a piece of it. It was a slider that he must have just gotten a piece of. It looks like he probably did as the ball was banged into the dirt. Before that, you had 6 consecutive fastballs after leading open with a slider. So does he go back to the fastball or does he come back with the slider? Here's the 3-2 pitch from Matzik, and it is a fastball swung on and popped up out of play again. What an at bat by Mookie Betts. We'll do it again at 3-2. Tie ball game leading off the 7th inning. Braves and Dodgers both each have 9 more outs in this game to try to get something going before we would head to extras. Everything on the line here in the National League Championship Series. Here's a 3-2 pitch and fastball. It's going to lose him out of the zone. And Mookie Betts heads down to first base again. Seems like he lives down there. It's a leadoff walk to start the 7th. .97-mile-an-hour fastball, but missed the zone way high. Too easy for Mookie to lay off of that one. That brings in the dangerous bat of Corey Seager, already with a 2-run home run. Lefty-lefty matchup. Here's the first offering, and it is a slider banged on the dirt and foul, and it's 0-1. Trey Turner on deck. Will Smith in the hole. Mookie, very hard runner to double up. You also have to be aware of the stolen base. Matzik, the lefty, looks him back over. Here's the 0-1 pitch from Matzik. Mookie's leading off, and he'll fire back over to first to keep him close. We'll do it again at 0-1. Seager 1 for 2 on the night, facing Matzik in his 17th pitch of the inning, of the evening. 0-1 delivery, and it's a slider swung on and missed outside the zone, and it's 0-2. Great pitch by Matzik there. One of those sliders just falling off the table and out of the zone. Now on an 0-2 pitch. If he could repeat that, he'd probably get himself a strikeout here. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Darnold sets up outside. It's a slider swung on and missed. Strikeout, but Mookie's going to steal second again with ease. He knew that slider was coming and picked the perfect pitch to run on. Mookie Betts stealing bases left and right. The 5-tool star that worked his weight in gold gets the go-ahead run down to second base. Atlanta tries to dance out of danger again. Now Trey Turner comes to the plate. Dangerous righty up against the lefty Matzik. Here comes the first pitch to Turner, and it's a fastball at the knees. May have been a tad inside, but Matzik gets the call, and it's 0-1. Turner kind of shaking his head, but keeping it pretty quiet. He's not the type that normally goes after blue, so might have clipped the zone, but it looked a little bit inside. We'll take the call, though. Here's the 0-1 pitch from Matzik. See, looks Mookie back, and it is a fastball swung on and hit out of play, and we'll do it again at 0-2. Tyler Matzik trying to keep this a 2-2 game here in the top of the 7th inning. Trey Turner, by the way, is 3 for 6 lifetime against Tyler Matzik with a double and a triple. Dangerous batter at the plate. 0 for 2. 0-2 count, Swung on and missed, and it was a slider in the dirt. The ball gets away from Darnode. Darnode jumps up and he makes sure to keep Mookie at second, throws it down to first. So we get the strikeout, put him out, and a great job by Darnode to keep the very fast Mookie Betts at second. I don't think Travis Darnode gets near the attention he should have, what he does behind that plate. He may not have the strongest arm. This is going to be a very interesting situation now because Will Smith is being automatically walked. And this is where they're going to deploy Justin Turner as a pinch hitter. So Will Smith goes down to first. Justin Turner will come in to pinch hit for Gavin Lux. Gavin Lux played center field, but you could, if Turner's able to play, now they're saying he had a stinger in his neck, but maybe he's okay to play defense. You could, in theory, have Turner slide to third and put Taylor in center. And it looks like Snicker is going to make a move for himself as Guillermo Heredia is going to come in to play center. And it's going to be a double switch as Luke Jackson comes out as the bullpen doors swing open. Luke Jackson charges towards the mound. We'll take a break. And the Atlanta Braves on the ropes here in a tie ball game facing Justin Turner with 2 on.
This portion of the show is being brought to you by Ed's Almost Good Beer. Remember, Ed's Almost Good Beer was brewed in God's country when God wasn't looking.
I might audible. How audible? I'll use Omaha! Red Polly! Blue Poncho! Do it! Rambo! Give me Kershaw here, Kershaw!
You're listening to the Armchair Quarterbacks.
Japan! Richmond, New York! Richmond, Florida! Cali, Buffalo! Check! Hey, Short Ox! Do the Raiders! Omaha!
Saturday mornings, 8:30 Eastern. Dixie Football Nation is back and better than ever. We got Tony Agolini, Matt Carr, Tones Ariola, Bobby and Angelo, along with Mac McGee this fall. Dixie Football Nation heads to the gridiron, talking ACC, SEC, the Big Ten, and all the big games throughout the college football land. That's Dixie Football Nation, 8:30 Eastern, 7:30 Central, Saturday mornings on the Armchair Quarterback Show's YouTube channel, going live, or catch the instant replay.
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the
Welcome back here to Atlanta Braves baseball. Cut that short because it looks like we're about to head back to the action. Luke Jackson hits the mound, 198 average ERA. And he's going to face Justin Turner, the pinch hitter. There's 2 on, 2 away. And Luke Jackson, the righty versus righty matchup. Dave Robertson has held on to this bullet in his gun as he is set to deploy his big right-handed slugging third baseman, 27 home runs on the year. He is 2 for 3 lifetime versus Luke Jackson. Luke Jackson misses wildly on the first pitch. It's like a slider in the dirt that bounced high, and Darnode once again makes another great defensive stop to keep the runners at bay, and it's 1-0. Very similar to the ball that Turner struck out last night against Jackson, but just did not have the length and easily held off of that. Here's the 1-0 pitch, and it's a slider, banged foul, and it's 1-1. Justin Turner, I misread that. Excuse me. He's 0 for 2 on 3 plate appearances against Luke Jackson. He does have a walk. So hopefully this can lead to good things for Atlanta. Justin Turner digs in, and he's hit by the pitch, and it's going to load the bases. Are you kidding me? And that'll bring Chris Taylor to the plate. Pitch just got away from Jackson, and went on the inside, hit Turner on the left arm, just above the elbow where the padding is at. So he's fine, but the bases are now loaded. Now any little screw up will score a run. So now the pressure's really on. You got Chris Taylor coming to the plate. Luke Jackson, who just hit Justin Turner, load the bases. Chris Taylor's 2 for 4 lifetime. Fastball down the pipe, 96 miles an hour, and it's 0-1. He's 2 for 1 lifetime against Luke Jackson. Has a triple. Jackson has struck him out. The Braves are playing this to pull to the left side of the infield. Anything shot to the right side is going to score at least 1. Here's the 1-0 pitch, and it's a fastball hit high into center field. Underneath it is Heredia. Heredia overplays it, and Heredia just cost the Braves at least a run as the ball goes by Heredia into center field over his glove. Luckily, Duvall backed him up, but it's a 2-run single. It could have been a lot worse. A lot worse. They bring Heredia in to play defense, and he gaffs it from the go. And you're going to lose at the same token because of that move. You're going to lose. Well, the box score has it wrong. They have Duvall is still in the game because he's the one that made the play. Or maybe he didn't. Maybe they did pull Duvall. So that was Jock Peterson. Okay, Jock Peterson backed him up on the play. The way it looked when Duvall came out of the game, or he was sliding over to right field like they normally do. So we will still have Jock Peterson in right, Heredia in center, and Eddie Rosario still manning left field. But the Braves are now trailing 4-2 as Heredia. Terrible defensive gaffe. I don't think it would have realistically mattered. I think they probably would have scored anyways. They're going to go ahead, by the way, and walk Bellinger, and that'll put Pollock to the plate with the bases loaded and 2 away again. It was a bad play by Heredia. I don't know if he could have thrown out the runner going from second to home. It would have been really close. So it may be much to do about nothing, but the ball dropped in front of Heredia. I'm sure he's going to feel responsible, but there were 2 away. The runners were going. They weren't holding up. Here's the 1-0 pitch to Pollock, and it's a slider in the dirt, and it's 1-1. Braves trying to keep this to a minimum, as it has turned into a bullpen game, so the Braves will have their chances to score as well. The wind looked like it is shifted and it knocked that ball down. Brady playing a little deep on that, but you almost have to with the bases loaded. Here comes the 1-1 pitch from Jackson, and it's a slider, swung on and missed outside the zone. It's 1-2. So to catch everyone up to speed on that, what that did when they did that double switch is Heredia is going to take over the 9 spot in the batting order. The pitcher spot will be now where Duvall was hitting at number 6. So here comes the 1-2 pitch. And swung on in strike 3. We get out of the inning, but not before the Dodgers take the lead. LA 4, Atlanta 2. We head to the bottom of 7 as the Braves try to scratch back and get this game tied again. Armchair Quarterbacks Radio covers the whole SEC the whole season long.
Dobbs heaves it. They're bunched up in the end zone. It's tipped up. It's caught. It is caught. Jawan Jennings.
Just the start of things. First quarter at the Gator Bowl in Jacksonville. As Walker digs to the right. Gets outside. The 35. Look out. He's past midfield and he's got a blocker. Cuts to the inside. Herschel Walker. There he goes again.
Straight up the middle. Touchdown. Delayed reaction, but Tebow got in. Oh, jump pass. How about that? It's like 1955. Holy cow. Are you kidding me?
Armchair.
SEC! SEC!
Saturday mornings, 8:30 Eastern. Dixie Football Nation is back and better than ever. We've got Tony Agolini, Matt Carr, Tones Areola, Bobby and Angelo, along with Mac McGee this fall. Dixie Football Nation heads to the gridiron, talking ACC, SEC, the Big Ten, and all the big games throughout the college football land. That's Dixie Football Nation, 8:30 Eastern, 7:30 Central, Saturday mornings on the Armchair Quarterback Show's YouTube channel, going live. Or catch the instant replay.
Tell you one thing, that's 3 holding penalties on one football team in a quarter and a half. That ain't funny.
Welcome back here to Atlanta Braves baseball here in Braves country, and the Braves trail 4-2 after Luke Jackson gave up a single that went over Heredia's glove, passed him in center field. But once again, I think the runner would have scored anyways. The only thing that changed in that inning realistically is that the runners went from, as opposed to being first and second, to second and third. They got out of that mess by walking the next batter and getting the strikeout on Pollock. So realistically, the defensive gaffe by Heredia didn't cost them. The one thing you would say on it is that you brought in Heredia in a game where they were not leading to use his glove. He doesn't come through, and now you've lost the bat of Adam Duvall. So that's the only thing that you can say that is the drawback of that whole thing. I don't believe Heredia could have thrown out the runner at home. It would have been way too difficult with 2 outs. I was looking at the play afterwards, and the runner on from second was already around third when the ball dropped. I seriously doubt that would have made a difference. But what we do have is Travis d'Arnaud, Dansby Swanson, and Heredia due up in this inning. And if anyone gets on, we'll flip over to the top of the inning to Rosario and Freddie Freeman. And if anybody's doing this lineup, it's Freddie Freeman. Kranitz is giving Luke Jackson the one over in the dugout, but he inherited a mess. I don't think he pitched that poorly. Just hate to see him give up that single in that situation. But we knew this best of 7 series was not going to go easy. Just would love to come back and get this win. Blake Treenan's going to enter. There's 1.99 ERA, and the first pitch is swung on and missed by Travis d'Arnaud, and it's 0-1. Trinan was the one that was on the mound last night when the Braves rallied and got the walk-off by Austin Riley. He's not likely to face Riley tonight. Here's the 0-1 pitch, and it is in the dirt. Sinker, 96 miles an hour, and it's 1-1. Trinan with that 1.99 ERA on the year, one of the nastiest right-handers in all of baseball. And he's facing nothing but righties here. Here's the 1-1 pitch, and it is a slider in the dirt. See if Travis d'Arnaud went around. First base umpire says that he did, and it's 1-2. Looks like d'Arnaud might have, he offered at it, tried to hold it up, just couldn't keep his wrist straight. And the 1-2 pitch to d'Arnaud is wild and outside for ball 2, and it's 2-2. Braves trail 4-2. Still 3 innings to get that back. It's not over yet, Braves country. We dig in here, the 2-2 pitch to d'Arnaud, and it is inside, 97 miles an hour, and it'll have a full count at 3-2. Braves trying to get something going off of Blake Trinan. Here's the 3-2 pitch, and it's inside. It's a leadoff walk for Travis d'Arnaud, and that'll bring the bat of Dansby Swanson to the plate. Dansby Swanson gets set to dig in here, representing the tying run. Swanson is just 1 for 7 lifetime against Trinan with a walk. Here's the first pitch, and it's swung on 97 miles an hour in on the fist, and it's popped back out of play. 0-1. Trinan does have a strikeout versus Dansby. So a walk, a hit, and a strikeout, and 1 for 7 lifetime. And here's the 0-1 pitch, and it's swung on it. It's banged down to the second base. They try to turn two. They're going to turn two. Taylor made double play, and Dansby Swanson quickly knocks into a double play. And there's 2 away in the bottom of the 7th. Weakly hit ground ball, and that gets them out of the mess. Couldn't draw it up any better there, as it was scooped into the glove of Seager. He flipped it over to Turner, and Turner fired it down to first base. Picture perfect double play. So the Braves now have 2 outs. Heredia is coming to the plate. Nobody on, and down 2. First pitch, and Heredia puts an easy dribbler over to the first base side, and he is gunned down at first from the flip from first baseman Bellinger to Trinan. So an easy inning for Trinan after a promising beginning. We'll head to the top of the 8th inning. The Braves trail by 2.
The Almighty says this must be a fashionable fight. It's drawn the finest people.
Get your Sunday football morning started off right with the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Your Sunday morning kickoff show where we tackle your NFL lines out in the desert. A 61.2% win rate over the last 6 years. Against the spread, over, under, money line, you name it. And we dive into the world of fantasy football year long and your DFS payouts. Your only true Southern football kickoff show that talks the spreads in Vegas, your DFS and fantasy, in your year-long quest to win that fantasy football championship. Only on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. It's the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Sundays, all NFL season long.
Tom has been a teacher for over 40 years. One day, I think one of the students had asked the question and he didn't remember the answer. And I also noticed that he was letting his class out earlier than they were supposed to let out. I was really starting to worry.
Levi and I talked about how it would change our lives, but he was there beside me.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Let's keep the Dodgers in Brooklyn. Our house is not a home without some.
Playoffs? Don't talk about playoffs. You kidding me? Playoffs? I just hope we can win a game.
Welcome back here to Atlanta Braves baseball. And the Braves trail by 2 as we head to the 8th inning. Dodgers are due up in this inning. They'll send Steven Souza Jr., Mookie Betts, and Corey Seager to the plate. And the Braves will bring Chris Martin out of the pen. Chris Martin, who's struggled mightily down the stretch. He did make the playoff roster, so maybe he's gotten some things straightened out. See if he can keep this game close. The Braves are off tomorrow. So if they can keep this game close, if it goes to extras, you've got the entire pitching staff at your disposal. Say the only 2 that wouldn't be available would be game 3 starter Charlie Morton, and of course, game 1 starter from last night, Max Fried. But other than that, it would be all hands on deck. And it's Chris Martin come in with his 3.95 ERA, and the first pitch is swung on, and it's roped over to shortstop. Dansby Swanson scoops it and flips it over to first. And quickly, there's one away. Julio Urias is getting ready in the Dodger pen. He is the game 4 starter, but has not pitched in a few days. So they may be bringing Urias in to face the top of the lineup with the lefties of Rosario and Freddie Freeman. Here's the first pitch from Chris Martin. He fires it at the knees, and it's 0-1. Dave Robertson has always been very good about deploying his bullpen and not scared to use guys in any situation. Looks like he's possibly could be going to the lefty starter for game 4 in an inning of work in next inning. Here's the 0-1 pitch for Martin, and it is called at the knee strike to Mookie Betts, and it's 0-2. If Chris Martin could get back to 2020 form, be a huge help for the Braves bullpen. Here's the 0-2 pitch, and it's swung on and hammered foul just under the bat of Mookie Betts, and we'll do it again at 0-2. Entertaining game so far. If you're just joining us, Dodgers scored 2 in the first off of a 2-run home run. Jock Peterson tied it with the 2-run jack in the 4th. And the Dodgers in the top of the 7th scored 2 off of a single, bases loaded single, 0-2 pitch slider in the dirt, and it's 1-2. Left-handed Corey Seager stands on deck, waiting to take his turn. And the 1-2 pitch. It's a cutter way outside the zone and in the dirt, and it's 2-2. LA leads 4-2 in the top of the 8th. The Braves in the bottom of the 8th will have the top of the order due up. And here's the 2-2 pitch. It's fouled out of play. Fastball on the outside part of the plate, and we'll do it again at 2-2. Mookie Betts 1 for 3 on the night, but has also walked twice. Here's the 2-2 pitch, and it swung on and hit over to the left side of the infield. Austin Riley's got it, corrals it, fires it over to first for out number 2. That'll bring Corey Seager to the plate. So Corey Seager got this whole thing started in the top of the first inning with a 2-run home run. Atlanta leads the series 1-0. Chris Martin trying to find his touch again out of the pen. Here's the first pitch. It's a cutter outside the zone, and it's 1-0. Martin was left off the NLDS roster, but is back in there with the NLCS roster, so they feel like he's figured it out. They left Dylan Lee off, and then also of note, Rich Rodriguez was left off the roster. Here's the 1-0 pitch, and it's a fastball hit high and down the left field line. Rosario gives it chase, goes up against the wall on the warning track, makes the catch, and that'll end the 8th inning. We head to the bottom of the 8th. The Braves trail by 2. Top of the order is on the way.
Now, if you want to crown them, but they are who we thought they were, and we let them off the hook.
ACC football covered like no other here on the Armchair Quarterback.
Against the blitz. Touchdown, Preston scores the touchdown. And now it's Bowden's decision. And he sends Mowry onto the field right away. Danny Cannell is the holder. Mowry. This game is over. A 31-31 tie. A 31-31 tie. A deep throw by Lawrence. A lot of contact. Justin Ross broke free from it. He's down in the end zone. Touchdown, Clemson. Justin Ross, a freshman wide receiver, big, rangy.
If you're a fan of the ACC, pull up an armchair. You're home.
To protect her home and family in a disaster, Karen was willing to wade through water, mud, and insurance paperwork.
Yeah, I can do this.
You go, Karen! By simply understanding and updating what her insurance covers and doesn't cover now, she'll be better prepared no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
Sit shot. It travels 60 feet 6 inches from the pitcher's mound to home, and it can cover that distance at nearly 100 miles an hour. Along the way, it can be made to twist, spin, curve, wobble, rise, or fall away.
Welcome here to Atlanta Braves baseball. The Braves are going to try to get something going here in the bottom of the 8th inning. We've got the top of the order, a good time to do it, but a tough customer is heading to the mound. Julio Urias is due to come in as the Dodgers make a pitching change. And he will face the lefty. Urias will come in to face left-handed batter Eddie Rosario. Left-handed batter Freddie Freeman, and the switch hitting Ozzie Albies. If they can get anything going from a guy who's got a 2.96 ERA, had 20 wins, led the National League in wins on the year, 195 strikeouts and 185 innings. But if they can get anything going, it then would be Austin Riley coming to the plate. So right now we'll start this off with Rosario trying to get on any way he can. 2 more ups for the Braves, down by 2. And here's the first pitch from Urias, and it's swung on and missed. Slider just inside the zone and high. It's 0-1. Rosario didn't look like he picked up that pitch very well. Here comes the 0-1 pitch. They set up outside, and it's swung on, and it's rifled into left field. Just kind of served out there, but it came back from where he shot it back where it came from. They were playing him on a shift. They threw to the outside part of the plate. In fact, Seager was playing in on the grass, which is a little hard to believe. So when the ball was shot past Seager, his feet were still on the grass when he jumped. Maybe trying to prevent a bunt, but regardless, it sends Freddie Freeman up to the plate. Can he get out of his funk? Freddie Freeman comes to the plate. He is 0 for 4, and first pitch swung on and hit high, but harmlessly into left field. Pollock's going to get underneath it, And on the out, Rosario goes from first to second as he tagged up. Great base running by Rosario. We've got a runner on second with one away. So you would have liked to have gotten a base hit there and get something going, but Rosario took it in his own hands. The throw from Pollock was up the bag, and Rosario took advantage of a throw that just wasn't on the line from Pollock. If it was on the line, it would have been extremely close. But Rosario gets underneath the tag with ease. And the Braves trying to get a rally going here. Get your rally caps out, boys and girls, because Ozzie Albies comes to the plate. He's 0 for 3 with a strikeout. But batting from the right-hand side, that's where he's got the most power. After that, it will be Austin Riley if they keep Urias in to face him. We'll see. But a big run is standing on second base. Let's see if we can get him home. Here's the first pitch, and it swung on, fouled back 94 miles an hour, out of play. And it's 0-1. Braves trail by 2. Runner on second. One away. Ozzie Albies trying to do some damage. Kenley Jansen starts to get warm in the Dodger bullpen. You would think he's not coming in until the 9th. Here's the pitch to Ozzie, and he shoots it into right field, and it's going to drop down, and that should get Rosario all the way around. He is safe underneath the tag. What a running play by Rosario. He comes around to score, and the Atlanta Braves have cut this lead in half. Surprised that it was as close as it was, the play, because it was a seeing eye single. Thinking Rosario must have gotten a late break off the bag. It's a great throw, by the way, by Souza. It was an absolute bullet. Just underneath the tag was Rosario, beat it by less than half a step. And the always aggressive Ron Washington sends him in. What a great throw and a great slide, by the way, by Rosario. His base running, I think it's overlooked. Not only did he do a great job to get to second base to begin with by tagging up by the pop-up by Freddie, but he did a great job of running the bases, and he slid, stuck his left arm out, glided over the plate, and Smith missed the tag by inches. If he goes in feet first, he's probably out. They are reviewing it. I don't know why, because it was very plain as day. But in these situations, you want to make sure you get the call right. So the Braves are down by 1. The only thing that came bad of that play, you would have thought Ozzie on that play would have gotten from first to second, but he still stands at first. That's the only thing that you can draw back bad of that play. But the good thing is we've cut the lead in half. We've got Ozzie Albies, the tying run on second. So he'll keep Urias nervous with the go-ahead run in Riley at home plate. And remember, this was the situation last night when the game was tied. And Ozzie stole second, and then Riley roped him in with a single, well, essentially a double down the left field line. But that was versus Trina. This is versus Julio Urias. So Austin Riley will dig in now. 0 for 2, the walk, and Urias will flip it over to first to keep Ozzie at bay. We get ready for a showdown of Julio Urias versus Austin Riley. Here's the first pitch, and it's swung on, and it's hammered deep into the gap. It's off the wall. They're going to send Ozzie around. He's going, baby. He's cooking. Cook it. He is in safe at home, and we've got a tie ball game. Collision at the plate. Ozzie Albies knocks the ball loose. As he goes in head first, the ball was coming in as Ozzie was colliding with Will Smith. Head first, nobody's hurt. And what an incredible at bat inning by the Braves. They've tied it again, baby. Let's go. Unbelievable. During all that, Austin Riley gets up to second base. So we've got a runner in scoring position. And Jocktober heading to the plate. Braves country is going nuts once again. It'll be lefty versus lefty. Urias versus Jock Peterson. Now, they were teammates for years. That ball was absolutely smoked into the gap. They were teammates for years, so Jock Peterson and Urias have never faced off. So, set the scene again. It's the left-handed Urias versus the left-handed Peterson. Here's the first pitch, and it's swung on, slider outside the zone, and it's 0-1. Unbelievable come from behind to tie the game once again. By the way, when that ball was knocked loose, Ozzie didn't even tag the plate, but the ball got away, and he kind of rolled over and slapped the plate with his right arm. Aggressive base running once again by the Braves. And here's the 0-1 pitch, and it's a slider outside the zone, and it's 1-1. Jock Peterson trying to find a way to just poke that ball anywhere into the outfield to send Riley home. Riley, not the fleetest of foot, but does have decent speed. He's not quite catcher speed, but you're going to have to get one down pretty far to get him home. Here's the 1-1 pitch from Peterson and to Peterson, and it's a slider fouled back out of play. We'll do it again at 1-2. It is 1-2 count. To Jock Peterson. The Braves have just tied it. If you're just joining us, it's 4-4. We've got the go-ahead run on second base. Jock Peterson trying to play the hero one more time. Can he do it? Here, swung on and missed. Fastball right down Main Street. I think Peterson might have been looking for something off speed, looking for the local, and he got the express, and it's out number 2. And that'll bring up what would have been Adam Duvall's spot. That'll bring up the pitcher spot here. And it does look like that they're going to go to the bat of Adrianza. Switch hitting Adrianza. So it looks like they will keep Urias in to face Adrianza. By the way, Will Smith is warming up in the pen. Adrianza is a career 1-for-3 lifetime against Urias. It's a single and a strikeout. Can he get one here? Here's the first pitch, and it is taken for a strike. Slider right there inside on the zone, and it's 0-1. Atlanta Braves get up off the deck again. Both teams' benches are getting thin. So if this goes to extras, it could get really interesting on the options. Braves are saving, I would think, Christian Pache at this point for a base running situation. We also have Wilson Contreras on the bench. Here's the 0-1 pitch to Adrianza. And it swung on and just missed, fouled back at the screen, and it's 0-2. Looked like he just missed that. The Dodgers, by the way, on their bench have Austin Barnes, the catcher. That appears to be it that they have left for their pinch hitters. So here we go. Urias up to now 13 pitches on the inning. Whether that'll have any kind of bearing on him pitching game 4, I doubt it, but it is something to pay attention to. Adrianza, 1 for 3 lifetime against Urias. He steps out. It's interesting that some of the players that were left on both sides of these playoff rosters. $217 million man, David Price. It's not on the Dodgers roster. Here comes the 0-2 pitch from Urias. He's trying to get out of this mess and send the game tied, and it is in the dirt. Slider, ball 1. If you're just joining us, heart-stopping action. So Atlanta just tied it up 4 apiece with 2 great base running jobs. One by Rosario to get within 1, and then Ozzie Albies to tie it after the man of the hour once again, Austin Riley, hit a rope into center field, left center, for a double off the wall. Here comes the 1-2 pitch, and it's swung on and missed by Adrianza. Strike number 3. He swung it, ball 2 out of the zone, but the Braves tie it. We head to the top of the 9th. We got us a tie ball game, Braves country. We'll be back in a flash.
I should have gone to law school or high school.
Armchair Quarterbacks on YouTube Live. We cover Braves baseball, Red Sox, Yankees, Rays, Cubs and Cardinals, and the rest of Major League Baseball every day. Subscribe and like us today. Your first choice for sports talk live from the First Toast. Stay locked in on Armchair Quarterbacks Radio. Always just moments away from the big play.
Here's Cunningham. Dodgers left and puts it way downfield for Fred Barnett, who has the catch. And the race is on. There are no flags. A 95-yard touchdown. The ball just over the goal line of the Cowboys. Dorsett, single setback. Big opening for Tony Dorsett. Look out. He's got great speed. 99 yards and a half. Dorsett down the sideline. Stays in bounds. Can you believe that? 99.5-yard run, I think, is the longest run in the history of the league.
Here's Cunningham back to throw it and going deep, and he's got Moss, and there's a flag on the play, and Moss has caught the pass, and it's in the end zone anyway. Touchdown. Just throw it as far as you can.
Randy Moss is amazing. Randall Cunningham is amazing.
It all starts with just one thing. When recycling, rinse out jars and cans, and avoid recycling wax paper or paper soiled with food. This will reduce recycling contamination. Find tips and more at onethingus.com. What's your one thing?
Welcome back here, Braves country. The Atlanta Braves have tied it up. If you're just joining us, What a game we've had so far. Dodgers hit a 2-run home run in the top of the first by Corey Seager. The Braves tied it up with their own 2-run home run by Jock Peterson. Dodgers scored 2 in the top of the 7th. Braves scored 2 in the bottom of the 8th. So we head to the top of the 9th inning. Will Smith is going to dig in. He's taking on the heart of the Dodger order. So we get set for the first pitch from Will Smith to Trey Turner. Here's the first pitch, and it is swung on and hit high and deep into left field. Back at the wall. Rosario catches it at the wall. My word. Back to the wall. A little bit of a hop to catch it. And a collective sigh of relief throughout Braves country. Is that look like that could have been gone? Oh my word. Great defensive play by Rosario. Had to leap up just a little bit of a hop, not much. If he doesn't catch it, it would have landed just below the yellow line on the left field wall. I think Turner thought it was gone too. Here's the first pitch to Will Smith from Will Smith. It's 1-0. It's a slider in the dirt. Will Smith 1 for 1 for 3 walks. Here's the 1-0 pitch, and it's a slider swung on and missed, and it's 1-1. Will Smith, by the way, the Dodgers catcher, is 0 for 3 lifetime versus the Braves pitcher, Will Smith. Here's the 1-1 pitch, and it is a slider in the dirt, held up, and it's 2-1. Now, that's in the regular season. In the NLCS last year, Smith took Smith deep. So in the regular season, nothing. In the postseason, Will Smith is 1 for 1 with the home run. So 1 for 4 in both regular and postseason with 2 strikeouts. So here comes the 2-1 pitch. Smith stepped out of the batter's box. Goes to dig in. Looks like we're set once again. 2-1 pitch. Darno sets up a little bit inside, and it is a slider pulled foul, and it's 2-2. That's that slider that when Will Smith can get that slider on the inside part of the zone near the knees, he's hard to hit. But when he hangs them like he just did with Turner, that's where it gets dangerous. And there's not much of a difference between the two. By the way, Brewster Gratterall is warming up in the Dodgers bullpen. 2-2 pitch, and it is swung on and missed, strike 3. Smith strikes out Smith. We can end that confusion. There's 2 away. And Austin Barnes will be the pinch hitter. So he's coming in, pitch hitting for Urias. This is the number 5 slot in the hole. Started when Justin Turner first pitch hit. Here's the first pitch to Austin Barnes. It's a slider in the dirt, and it's 1-0. Barnes, the last bat off the Dodger bench that is not a pitcher. So here we go on the 1-0 pitch, and it is a fastball low, and 2-0 is the count. Barnes does have 6 home runs on the year, 215 batting average. Here comes the 2-0 pitch, and it is swung on and popped up high and out of play, and it's 2-1. The Braves looking ahead to the 9th inning would have Darno Swanson again leading off. Here's swung on slider, and it's banged foul, and it's 2-2. The Dodgers have 2 men warming up, Jansen and Gratterall. I'm thinking if the Dodgers get the lead, it's Jansen. If it's tied, it's Gratterall, because Jansen tends to be their closer. But Will Smith, Dave Robertson has been known to put the best man in at the best point of the game. And here's the 2-2 pitch. It's a slider in the dirt, and it's now 3-2. So you got a full count in Atlanta, 2 out, nobody on. If Barnes gets on, Chris Taylor and Bellinger would be up next. The Braves would like to not see Chris Taylor bat at all again tonight. Here's a strikeout down the main street. Looks like it might have been foul tip, but held on to Darno, who's done a phenomenal job behind the plate. We head to the bottom of the 9th inning. And Travis Darno, what do you know, is due up. We'll be back in a flash.
God would never let me be successful. He'll kill me first. He'll never let me be happy.
I thought you didn't believe in God.
I do for the bad things.
Armchair Quarterback Radio, your home for the SEC.
Back 3rd down on the 8. In trouble. Got a block behind him. Gonna throw and a run complete to the 25, to the 30. Lindsey Scott 35, 41. Lindsey 25, 20, 50, 10, 5. Lindsey Scott. Lindsey Scott. Lindsey Scott.
2nd down from the 3. Comes the blitz. Quick flip. Caught. Did he hold it long enough? The official says yes. Oh boy, is that going to be controversial. Gaffney, the freshman. My goodness.
If he had it, he didn't have it very long. That's
For sure. And this one's in the history books. And inexplicably, the Florida Gators go 91 yards to come from behind and edge the Tennessee Volunteers in an ending that will be talked about for years.
SEC! SEC!
Armchair.
1-1 pitch. A long drive to right. Ramirez turns to the track. She's gone. Day of justice. All is forgiven in Atlanta.
Bob, it's okay to talk if you can walk the walk.
Every morning, the Armchair Quarterbacks will be headed to Braves country. Along with the big headlines of the day, the Armchair Quarterbacks will be leading off with the Atlanta Braves. That's Braves country, weekdays on the Armchair Quarterbacks.
Baerga is 0 for 3. Left center field. Grissom on the run. The team of the 90s has its world championship.
Welcome back here to Atlanta Braves baseball, as the Braves are trying to pull off a rally here once again. If you're just joining us, we have got ourselves a heck of a game here it's tied up at 4 apiece, and Atlanta's going to bring the bottom of the order to the plate. Now, it looks like at this point, it will be Brewster Gratterall coming in to pitch for the Dodgers, as they will save Jansen for if they get a lead. So we'll see what's going on with that. And Travis d'Arnaud will come to the plate. And Brewster Gratterall digs in for the first pitch, and it is a fastball 100 miles an hour outside the zone, and it's 1-0. Travis d'Arnaud trying to get on any way he can, get something going here today. He's had a phenomenal game behind the plate. Another fastball 100 miles an hour, whistling, but inside, and it's 2-0. Swanson is on deck. Heredia is in the hole, and then we would flip it back over as the pitcher spot was moved to the 6th spot of the order. So here's the 2-0 pitch, and it is a fastball fisted into center field, and it drops for a single. Looks like he might have even broken his bat. Great job of hitting and getting on for Travis d'Arnaud. It did break his bat. It shattered it. 100 miles an hour. I guess that'll tend to do that. He goes to extend, and they are pulling d'Arnaud out. So they're going to pull d'Arnaud out for Christian Pache to run, which means Contreras will be the catcher behind the plate if this goes to extra innings. So that puts Dansby Swanson on the plate. And first pitch is a fastball, 100 miles an hour at the knees. Swanson showed bunt, but pulled it back, and it's 0-1. 0-1 pitch. Pache on first, leading off. 0-1 pitch, and it is bunted down this line to Gratterall. He turns, spins it, fires it down to second, and just like that, we got an out at second. Good play by Gratterall to get the lead runner. Dansby's on first, but you've lost your catcher. And something to be noted in this whole thing, losing the catcher like that, he has done such a great job behind the plate. If this does go to extras, Contreras has been a liability behind the plate. So here's the first pitch to Heredia. He swings, fouls it back, and it's 0-1. Heredia, 0 for 1, came in defensive substitution, which took Duvall out of the game. Can he come through? Here's the 0-1 pitch, and it's swung on in his kitchen, fouled back off the fist, and it's 0-2. Rosario will be next. Gratterall just hard to keep up with that 100-mile-an-hour fastball, plus that one was at 101. They're calling it a sinker, but that thing does not sink. It is straight cheese. In fact, Heredia had to go get another bat. So he'll get it ready to hopefully get a base hit here. Swanson stands on second. Anything in the gap would probably score Swanson. The biggest thing we want to do is stay out of a double play as the top of the order is due up. Here's the 0-2 pitch, swung on and fouled back 102 miles an hour. That was 102 miles an hour fouled back, and we'll do it again at 0-2. Unbelievable. Seems like the Dodgers just have one arm after another they deploy. The next one faster than the one previous. Here's the 0-2 pitch, swung on, and it's fisted down the third base line. It's going to be corralled by the third baseman. He guns it over to first. Swanson does make it to second on the play. So Heredia is gunned down over at first, but because the ball was hit so slowly, they were unable to go out there and get him out. And Gratterall is going to get pulled from the game, it looks like, to go get Kenley Jansen. So we'll go ahead and take that quick break with them. The Braves got the winning run on second. Kenley Jansen coming to the mound, and Eddie Rosario, who's 3 for 4, is coming to the plate.
Cheeseburger, 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 cheeseburger.
Saturday mornings, 8:30 Eastern. Dixie Football Nation is back and better than ever. We've got Tony Agolini, Matt Carr, Tones Ariola, Bobby and Angelo, along with Mac McGee this fall. Dixie Football Nation heads to the gridiron, talking ACC, SEC, the Big Ten, and all the big games throughout the college football land. That's Dixie Football Nation, 8:30 Eastern, 7:30 Central, Saturday mornings on the Armchair Quarterback Show's YouTube channel, going live, or catch the instant replay.
To protect her home and family in a disaster, Karen was willing to wade through water, mud, and insurance paperwork.
Yeah, I can do this.
You go, Karen! By simply understanding and updating what her insurance covers and doesn't cover now, she'll be better prepared no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
The Armchair Quarterback's on YouTube Live. We cover Braves baseball, Red Sox, Yankees, Rays, Cubs and Cardinals, and the rest of Major League Baseball every day. Subscribe and like us today. Your first choice for sports talk, live from the First Coast.
It is an American odyssey that links sons and daughters to fathers and grandfathers. And it reflects a host of age-old American tensions between workers and owners, scandal and reform, the individual and the collective.
Welcome back here to the Atlanta Braves baseball, Braves country. Kenley Jansen comes in. We all know how difficult he has been to get base hits off of, especially in the postseason over the years. He steps onto the mound. It's Eddie Rosario versus Kenley Jansen, and Dansby Swanson stands on second. He representing the winning run. It does not look like these two have ever faced each other, which is not surprising considering Jansen has spent his entire career in the Los Angeles Dodgers in the National League West, and Rosario, prior to the trade, was in the AL Central. So Jansen will step to the mound. And this is, if there's a bigger thing going on right now, I don't know what it is. And don't tell me a football game, because you got the winning run on second base. You've got three very good outfielders ready to deploy their arms, a very good base runner in Dansby Swanson, one of the best closers to ever do it in the postseason on the hill, and Eddie Rosario, who is 3 for 4, he stands at the plate. And you can't pitch around him because Freddie Freeman, though he's been a little cold, stands on deck. So let's do it. Here's the first pitch from Jansen. He does that little shimmy on the mound, winds up, and the first pitch is swung on, and it is rifle neck up the middle. It's going to score. It's going to, Dansby Swanson's going to come around. It came off the glove. The Braves win. The Braves win. The Braves win. 5-4 in heart-stopping fashion again. Can this cardiac kid bunch do it night after night after night after night? My word. Rosario was sitting dead red. It was a ball that was left over the heart of the plate. He hit it into the shift, but the ball ricocheted off the glove of the infielder. I believe that would have been Trey Turner, but I'm going to have to see the replay. Excuse me, I've knocked the microphone around. I apologize if I blew y'all's eardrums out. I tried to lean back, but sometimes you get so excited. 5-4, the Braves walk it off. Rosario is the hero. He's had a heck of a game. Thank the world we didn't have to go to extra innings with Contreras behind the plate defensively. So they're showing the play again, and Rosario scorched it right up the middle. It was a one-hopper that probably came back. I'm guessing exit velocity was around 100. It was a worm burner, and it went off of, I'm sorry, that was Seager's glove. I didn't know how they had the shift deployed, because sometimes they've been moving Seager over on the far side, and sometimes they've got Turner. So it was Seager. He tried to backhand it, knock it down at least, and it skipped off his glove into the outfield. By the time it trickled out there, with Dansby Swanson's great speed and great base running ability, that was it. And watching the face of Eddie Rosario, smiling ear to ear, dancing, heading towards first, looking at the dugout, the place is going wild. The Atlanta Braves have done it again, heart-stopping fashion. And I can turn my hat around, because every time we're down or tied, I've got the hat backwards as a rally cap, and I can turn that sucker around because we've got the W. Yeah, I'm about as superstitious as they come when it comes to Braves baseball. And good Lord, what a series this has been already. No telling what we're going to see out in Los Angeles. The next 3 games are in LA. Those 3 games, I'll go over them one more time before we take off here. It'll be Tuesday night, 5:08 p.m. Eastern. We'll have the call for every Braves game the rest of the way. 5:08 Eastern. First pitch, Charlie Morton versus Walker Buehler. That's on Tuesday. We're off tomorrow. On Wednesday, game 4 is 8:08 Eastern. Julio Urias, who pitched an inning tonight, will take the mound for the Dodgers. Braves have not announced a starter. Most likely to be a bullpen game, especially now with the 2-0 lead. And my word, what if Charlie Morton can outspin Walker Buehler? Can you imagine? Game number 5 will be Thursday night at 8:08. So you got game 3 at 5:08 Eastern. Game 4 is Wednesday at 8:08 Eastern, and game 5, if necessary, Thursday at 8:08 Eastern. All those are in Los Angeles. We'll have every inning. And then if necessary, the games will come back to Atlanta Saturday night and Sunday night right now those times are up in the air because a lot of that has to do with how far the Red Sox-Astros series goes. So, man, what a game. We appreciate everyone listening, everyone hanging out with us here. And I'm going to go ahead and send it to bed because I've got a morning show to do tomorrow as we'll be reacting to this. So if you're up tomorrow morning, make sure to check out our channel. We'll be talking this game. The Braves win it 5-4 in another walk-off fashion. Braves had 5 runs, 10 hits, a home run, 6 left on base. The Dodgers, 4 hits, 4 runs, a home run. They did have 4 stolen bases. And Atlanta heads to Los Angeles with a 2-0 series lead. Have a great night, y'all, Braves country. Get your Sunday football morning started off right with the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Your Sunday morning kickoff show where we tackle your NFL lines out in the desert, a 61.2% win rate over the last 6 years. Against the spread, over, under, money line, you name it. And we dive into the world of fantasy football year-long and your DFS payouts. Your only true Southern football kickoff show that talks the spreads in Vegas, your DFS and fantasy, and your year-long quest to win that fantasy football championship. Only on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. It's the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Sundays, all NFL season long.
Tom has been a teacher for over 40 years. One day, I think one of the students had asked the question and he didn't remember the answer. And I also noticed that he was letting his class out earlier than they were supposed to let out. I was really starting to worry.
Levi and I talked about how it would change our lives, but he was there beside me.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Get your Sunday football morning started off right with the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Your Sunday morning kickoff show where we tackle your NFL lines out in the desert, a 61.2% win rate over the last 6 years. Against the spread, over, under, money line, you name it. And we dive into the world of fantasy football year-long in your DFS payouts. Your only true Southern football kickoff show that talks the spreads in Vegas, your DFS and fantasy, in your year-long quest to win that fantasy football championship. Only on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. It's the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Sundays, all NFL season long.